And here we are. We are live. And I'll kind of. So, yeah, there's probably nobody here right now. But we're going to say hi. Hello, everyone. It's me. I'm back from my long hiatus. Going to be streaming again, probably here and there. We'll see what happens. But I've got fun plans for the future. So, I hope everyone's doing well. We got Dalton here. He's the only person I could find to join me. How you doing?
Hi, folks.
I know Eric was in chat earlier, but he probably left because this is a topic that he probably knows nothing about. So, but hello to Eric, all the same. Love you, buddy. Good to see you.
He'll be back when we start ranting and raving about the stupids. So
he might. It depends on the stupid.
Because raging against stupidity has a universal appeal, even if you don't necessarily know much about the subject matter.
Yeah, I guess that's true. That can be kind of true. I mean, we all get angry and we all rage about things. Considering the topic is Final Fantasy, I love doing that all the time, as everyone is probably very keenly aware. I've done that multiple times on the channel. Basically, some of my most popular videos on the channel are rant videos about Final Fantasy and the bullcrap that Square has put it through, which is kind of funny in its own way. I'm like, wait, this is what I will be known for? Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds like fun. So, Hi to everybody who's there. For those of you who are not aware, yes, I am back for the time being. There was a long-term hiatus, but the break was good for me. So, today we're going to be talking about Final Fantasy, and we're going to be talking in particular about this video from Dreamcastguy, who... This is the problem with Final Fantasy old versus new is what he titled this gem. It's I know that bashing on him is, kind of par for the course for a lot of other YouTubers, but I still wanted to do this. I wanted to discuss it because I think he did not do any research as to what some of the fan base has issues with the current landscape of Final Fantasy. That's probably going to be my biggest contention. He also says a lot of stupid things that I think would be fun to disprove. So I hope everybody's ready. I hope everyone has fun with this, because I certainly enjoy talking about lies that people say about Final Fantasy. Maybe a little bit of background. Everybody who's watched my channel for any length of time knows I've done a lot of videos discussing Final Fantasy and its current state. The last few have been fun to make, in particularly what's happened to Final Fantasy VII, both with the remake and just the overall... Square really needs to understand that if you're going to be making prequels and sequels and more continuity for Final Fantasy VII, please, for the love of God, could you make something that's decent? Because very little of it I actually like. Well, at least what I've seen. Of course, I understand, and I've said it multiple times, I understand why they do that with Final Fantasy VII. It's because it's a cash cow, and they like to milk it. So... despite the fact that the cow is thoroughly milked at this point and probably needs to go out to pasture and live out the remainder of its life, they're going to keep doing it. And the cow is now, how shall we put this?
Reduced to ground beef and in the meat section of your local grocery store.
I was going to say it's emaciated and slowly dying. But, Final Fantasy VII isn't the only issue with Square. There's a lot of issues with their presentation just from this E3 alone was enough to say, okay, have they completely lost touch with their fan base? Or are they just doing whatever the hell they goddamn feel like? Because
clearly they're just a bunch of squares, but
I got that. Very nice pun. I give you credit. Hats off to you, sir. If I had a hat with me right now, which I don't. But yeah, there's a lot of issues.
I do have a spare one, but you can't have it as my fancy one.
Oh, well, darn. I don't have, like I said, don't have very many hats. I have one hat, and it's a sports ball hat, which I know Eric would probably appreciate.
Shame.
I know. The main problem is I have trouble finding hats that fit my giant ass head. So there's that. That's the reason why I don't wear hats that often. Oh wait, no, I do have one other hat. I have a beanie that I wear in winter. That has a Mandalorian. It has Boba Fett's Mandalorian clan logo on it. But that's the only other hat I have. Anyway, I'm digressing. So what do you say we get on to this wonderful video and see what fun we can do? Okay.
What new spore of madness is this?
I'm going to turn this down a little bit. I do love that he tries to start with this, the Super Nintendo plug-in stuff.
You probably should full screen it so that the people can actually see what's in the window there. There we go.
Okay. Tell me if something happens to the, the stream.
Okay, I can't hear any audio
What?
from that.
What? Oh, that's weird. I
believe sharing audio is a different button, but I don't know.
Share, stop screen, video file. Video file. I could pick a video file. That's interesting. But Dalton can't hear the. Maybe.
And I'm reasonably certain that if I can't, then the audience probably can't either. Is the thing.
Oh. And I.
Wouldn't be a night worth stream without technical difficulties, folks.
Really, seriously. Hold on a second. Let me stop sharing this for a moment. Let me see what I can do. I was wondering, can I was wondering, could I download this video file and keep it for later? But I cannot.
I think YouTube would throw an absolute hissy fit if you tried to do that.
You can do it
downloading things unless you're on YouTube Red.
I mean, it lets you do it with your own videos, but it won't let you do it with
other people's.
Yeah, for whatever purpose or reason. But you can hear me just fine.
Yes, I can hear you fine, so it's not an audio problem. It's just I'm fairly certain that the audio is not being shared like the video was.
Hey Maranya, how you doing? Actually, you know what I'll do? I'm gonna test something out. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go back here. I'm going to share again, and I'm going to do a bit of use Chrome if you would like to share audio with your screen. Are you kidding me? I have to use Google Chrome. Are you freaking man? That's why? I have to use Chrome, the thing that chews up more bandwidth than anything. I have to use Chrome, and I'm on Firefox right now. God damn it.
I don't know.
Oh, good God. Use Chrome if you'd like to share audio with your screen. Fine, okay. Dun, 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 dun. Is there anything? Yeah, it won't let me. It won't allow me to do much else. Okay, so I'm gonna test and see if like Maranya or someone, or if I can hear it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back a bit. And I'm going to play this and then see if I can hear it over here.
Screenception.
I know.
Reminds me of the old Google Hangout days. Whenever you'd be sharing a screen off.
Okay, so
but you didn't have a screen to share. It would always do the infinite regress thing.
Okay, so yeah, no one can hear it. Gosh darn it. Okay, for future reference, when I want to do something like this, I guess I'm going to have to oh, how am I going to do this? For future reference, I didn't realize that was going to happen. If I would have known that, I would have just pre-recorded it and then just shared the video file that way. But I don't know if I can do that now, considering that we're already live. So
yeah. Again, it wouldn't be a Night Wolf stream without technical difficulties, folks.
Oh boy, gosh darn it. So yeah, people can see my screen, but they cannot hear what's being said for whatever reason.
It's the video in mime.
That is really stupid. And and I don't know, it might have something to do with like they said, Google Chrome or something. Let's see.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just a StreamYard settings thing or what. Like, I wish Anglantine was around because we could ask him because he's done this a bunch of times. But
okay, no, I don't want to do this. Stop sharing. Oh, god damn it. And now this weird I was going to type something in, but now it's freaking stuck. Great. Now I can barely see chat. That's freaking fantastic. The chaos continues, everybody. I hope everybody's
Comedy
ready.
of errors, folks. Get the vaudeville music ready.
Dun 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 dun. Dun. Okay, so instead, okay, okay, whatever. All right. But thank you for the help anyway, Maranya, even though we are clearly failing at everything. And I will probably have to just go to another tab to see the chat because I've ruined StreamYard forever. No. Okay. So, all right. How about, since no one can hear the audio, I'm going to just play the video and cover some of the points that he discusses because
I mean, you could turn on the subtitles.
Ooh, that's not not a bad idea. Okay, why don't we try it that way? I guess it's better than nothing. I guess.
Yeah.
Can we? Can I? No, I want. How do I get rid of you? Can I get rid of you? I really wish I could get rid of you. Weird chat thing for asking for help from StreamYard. I'd really like to get rid of you, but you don't want to go away for whatever purpose or reason. Now you are forever here. Actually, I'm gonna pop out and pop back in. Maybe see what that.
Okay. And then he left me alone with the chat. That was horrible mistake number one.
Yes, I know. Terrible decisions are made every single day, and it did absolutely nothing. I'm just going to, I guess, ignore it for now. Anywho's, let's do this not proper, but however we're gonna do it. Let's go. Here we go.
Once more into the breach.
So I'm gonna skip this part. Okay. I love how he titles it the Final Fantasy problem in quotations. Which, kind of in its own way, is like the fact that he's saying like the problem is in quotations, basically meaning that there isn't a problem.
Yeah, the cynical, ironic scare quotes thing. Yeah.
I mean, I've used it before too, so that's why I know better. It's like you're saying that it's a problem, but it's not a problem, at least in your mind.
It's like saying those invalid people over there would consider this a problem, but they're being silly, and so we'll mock them. Derp. That's what the scare quotes mean in this context.
I'm sorry, but when I froze the screen, the face is just funny. He's got plenty of these images just on his own channel alone. So, but anyway,
I'm sure if you pause anyone at any odd interval, you'll get a weird face. Okay. Some people just have weird faces.
Yeah. So basically, Tim saying that Final Fantasy is his favorite franchise, which I have no issue with. It's like if Final Fantasy is your jam, like all the way through now, currently, and that's what I'm going to preface this stream with. If Final Fantasy is your favorite, video game franchise of all time, I harbor no ill will toward you. There's a lot of fanboys out there, and a lot of them that absolutely love the series still to this day. And if you find enjoyment in the game, that's fantastic. Good for you. But I'm an older fan, and I'm a fan that, has seen crappier games. So I'm not just going to just give Square a pass.
Yeah.
And if you come up with stupid claims or stupid nonsense about the franchise and about, what they're doing right and what they're doing wrong, I'm probably going to call you on it.
You will be judged by the strength of your arguments, and so far you haven't provided good ones.
I have found a lot of the arguments that people have levied against me wanting. Because everything from the Final Fantasy 15 video, which was the first Final Fantasy video that we talked about on the channel, or first Final Fantasy game that we talked about, to all of the discussions I've had about 7, about its remake, and about just Square in general and the type of nonsense that they pull. Some of it, some of the fanboys desperately do try to defend it, even if it's nonsense, it's BS. Like, 15 has all this supplementary material that explains the story more in depth. Well, it's like, well, that's fantastic, but what if I just wanted to play the game and get the story?
Yeah.
Which was an argument I had with the video I did for 15 so much. It was actually quite funny because everyone was saying like, oh, well, there's all this supplementary material. There's a movie. And
but the question is, why wasn't the supplementary material in the actual game then? Because typically one buys a game in order to possess a game.
Yeah.
If one is only possessing like 2/3 of a full game, then somebody fucked up somewhere, surely.
Yeah, and the one thing is that people will probably not agree with me when it comes to Final Fantasy, is that their storytelling is not only over the years incredibly simple, which is normally fine. Simple storytelling is great, but
I mean, how many Mario games has the easy framing device of Bowser takes Princess, Mario finds Princess, and then on.
Yeah, but one of the things is that like there are ways to do proper lore building and storytelling that involves similar things that Square has tried to implement, but they've done so poorly. Like Final Fantasy 13 is the biggest example of this. A lot of the lore and explanation for what is going on in the story is in a data log. And in order to understand like what all of the random words and names that they've made up, the FAL C, LC, and CF, XYZ, XX, pound, whatever the hell, the stuff is in that game, you have to read it. And it's done. If you can't be bothered to explain at least some of it in the story, then you're just going to make people lost and they're not going to
Show,
understand
don't
anything.
tell
Yeah.
is a maxim for a reason in visual storytelling.
Yeah, because here's the thing. Like I've mentioned several times with Falcom, with the Trail series, they have supplementary material. Not so much that is outside the game all the time, but most of it is in game. Similar to 13's data log. Like if you want to learn more of the deep lore and history of the continents, of the locations, of its history, where the catastrophe happens, all that stuff, you can read about it. But it's in the game, and you can read it if you wish to read it, which in some cases I recommend, because when I played Trails of Cold Steel 2 and I finished it, I read all the newspapers, which was funny because it was basically just reading propaganda through the entire game, which was hilarious.
Or another good example, and I only know this because my friend Nick will not shut up about it, but in Elder Scrolls, there's a bunch of like deep lore that you can find just by like reading random books from random libraries and shit.
Yeah.
And he's literally spent like 20 hours just going through and reading all the library material once. But it's a feature of the game, and what's more, some of those books actually like further the process of the game because you get taken to alternate dimensions and crap.
Yeah. What happened? Oh, did I stop sharing the screen, or did something happen that I didn't notice?
You did.
Oh, that's weird. Apparently when I pressed escape, it stopped screen sharing. That's weird. Because I wanted to go to comments. Because I see Captain Omni there. Hello. We need a game where Bauer is, I'm assuming he means Bowser is the hero. That would be kind of cool, actually. I would definitely be interested in that.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a bad idea.
Can join shortly. Oh, Tehelium saying hi, Tehelium. We'll see you in a bit, bud. So is the complex complete negative feature when a game has an index? No, it depends on the game and how it's implemented. I mean, the Dark Souls games and Bloodborne have indexes. If you want to know what the story is, you have to read it, because not very much of it is said in dialogue. It depends on how it's handled. 13 already has complicated story elements and complicated terminology that makes it difficult to understand just on its own. Adding the index where it explains everything, which is just with more
Nightwolf. Did I cut out or did he cut out? Because he was in the middle of the sentence and now I can't hear him either.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened. Okay, I'm back. At least my audio is working. Hey, I don't need this tab anymore. Yeah, my computer decided to just completely reset for some reason. I don't know why. That was very weird. Let me yeah, I'm going to repost this in here. Hopefully Dalton and the others can jump back in. I apologize for that. I don't know what my computer does. It just, yeah, probably. You're probably right, Maranya. It was a stealth update. It just whoosh, very sneaky, very underhanded ninja style. Just came into my computer's network. It's like, no, you don't get to do anything. We're gonna just freaking reset your computer right now, very moment while you're streaming. Oh, that was funny. So utter death and silence for probably about 5 minutes or so. I am so sorry, everybody. Hey, Dalton.
Sorry, I would have tried to keep the chat entertained, but I couldn't tell whether it was your computer being dumb or my phone being dumb, so I had to go and check.
No, my computer literally reset itself.
Because
entirely.
Right the hell now
give me a
is
warning,
the
just
perfect
like,
time to do that, I guess.
Have my system set to both not update during active hours and also give me the option. Normally it gives me the prompt, but it didn't do that this time. It just was just like, you're like, nope, you're going to do this right now and you're going to learn to live with it.
You have no choices. Goodbye.
This is our decision, not yours. Okay. So, what were we talking about?
Video.
Yes, video. Maybe I'll have to go into my settings at some point to tweak around with it to fix this issue in the future. Anywho's, I lost my train of thought. Where were we?
We literally were just about to start the video, and you realized you hadn't shared your screen, and then death.
Yeah. Okay, so what the heck? Why are we that far in? Go back that way. God, ads! My favorite. Curse you, ads! Go away.
Ads.
Oh, okay. One, captions, because nobody can hear anything, apparently.
And 2, full screen.
Yeah. Okay, but yeah, we were talking about game indexes and whatnot, and I got on a tangent about game indexes. Because someone in the comments said something like it, if it was a negative, and it's not a deal breaker. It depends. I mean, most JRPGs have bestiaries and little, data logs that tell you.
But it's the difference between this adds new layers to the content versus you must complete this master's thesis in order to actually understand and play this game effectively.
Yeah, it's like in order to understand what the hell it is you're actually going through, it's like you need to read all of this. No one gets
this 2,000-page manual that you must complete before you engage in the starting of the game.
It's kind of funny with Square Enix and a lot of their games in more recent years. It's kind of the way that it's described by some is basically it's like you don't play the game plays you. That's how this works. Square wants you to experience the story the way they see it and no other way. Ripping choices straight out of the player's hands. It's like, oh, you want to customize your characters and maybe do some stuff? Well, too bad. You don't get to do that here. Want to, go on side quests and whatnot? Sorry, you're on this linear pathway.
We do not take kindly to playing the game in this here game.
We do not enjoy player input. I mean, what was it? Razorfist did a video about Final Fantasy VII Remake, and he's like, basically, you could just play the game. The game could if you put it into, if you put it into classic mode, the game will literally play itself. basically it'll auto battle for you, and
you may not play this game without the approved papers.
Yeah, pretty much. And Square is great at that, by the way. They do. That's not the first time they've done that. But okay, so let's. Yeah, this is where I left off.
Okay. Let me.
Okay. Yeah.
I can't quite see those captions. They're not quite large enough, but.
Okay, well, basically what he's saying is that Final Fantasy has taken on multiple layers, multiple forms, several different spin-offs and whatnot. It's been a very good MMO. It's been the classic turn-based system. It's been
no shit, Sherlock.
Yeah. Basically, right now he's talking about spin-offs, which I don't really have any issue with spin-offs, considering that my favorite Final Fantasy game of all time is a spin-off, so I would be a hypocrite if I had an issue with Square's alternate choices of gameplay, their spin-off games, because Final Fantasy Tactics is awesome, and I will tell you to go out and play Final Fantasy Tactics, the first one, not the two sequels, because one I've never played, and Final Fantasy Tactics Advanced made me cry. Not because it was good, but it made me cry because it made me sad. I genuinely did not like that game. In particular, I hated the judge system. You made a tactical game where now you basically put rules in play during every battle to basically tell the players, oh, hey, by the way, you can't do this, 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 and this. It's like, that's not exactly the best way to implement a strategy combat. If you're basically
you may not play this game in this game which you are currently playing.
One of the funniest things was I remember playing a map on one where you could not attack beast creatures under any circumstance whatsoever.
Including when they're beating the shit out of you, I would assume.
You are not allowed to attack them normally. You could not use skill attacks, and you could not use magic. Guess what that means? And basically the mission in the map were all beast-type creatures. Which means basically the mission is impossible. I couldn't think of any way to beat it because
so in other words, you are going to be mauled by 1,000 beasts that you can do sweet butt fuck all to, and you're going to like it because reasons.
Yeah, pretty much. And basically you can do that, but if you do it, the judge comes in and gives you a warning card. And then if you do it a second time, basically it's the red card, kind of like in soccer, and they kick you out and say, you are not allowed to play anymore. Or any character that participates in that.
You thought that you could play this game that you are trying to play? Fools.
It was dumb. It was dumb. I didn't like that. It's like there are other ways to implement difficult strategy. This is not one of them. This is just a handicap that you're putting on me on purpose. I could do that myself without your input. Thank you. I could say, you know what? I'm only going to use these types of characters and at this level. Anyway, back to the video.
Yeah.
Okay, now he's talking about Final Fantasy anime and movies, because they've done so many different things. It's kind of interesting. I've talked about this before. I don't know very much about the Final Fantasy anime. I remember maybe watching bits and pieces of it in the past, but I don't remember much. But okay, Final Fantasy movies. So far, Square has made 3 Final Fantasy movies that I'm aware of, that I can remember. Advent Children movie, Spirits Within, and the one that was called Kingsglaive, which was for Final Fantasy 15. The supplementary material that you need in order to understand the conflict. That starts at the beginning of 15. That is not explained in game for some reason. Not even by a snippet. So weird. But I think I've mentioned this before, but about Square Enix and their their financial failings. Because I will point out, the Spirits Within was the reason Okay, so we have Spirits Within to thank for Square's merger with Enix, because they were two separate companies at one point. So we have that movie to thank for that. Because the budget for this film, because it's a full CG movie.
Yeah.
And back in the day, the technology wasn't caught up to do that easily.
That was a thing.
Yeah. They had a server farm they had a massive server farm to do it. Hold on a second. Let me type this in. Final Fantasy. What was it? Spirits Within. Budget. Let's look at the movie's budget. It cost $137 million to make.
Well, shit.
You want to know how much they made for it? Okay, so what would that be? Instead of budget, it would be
gross.
Yeah, gross profit. This is how much it made. It made $32,131,830.
Oh. Well.
Basically, it's. Oh wait, was it? The film grossed $26.6 million. It didn't even come close to how much it cost to make it. That's how bad it was. It didn't even goddamn come close.
That's less than a third of what it cost to make it. That it made back.
Yeah, 32 million. And
bear in mind, usually for a movie to be considered profitable, it needs to make either double or triple its actual production budget.
It didn't even break even. It couldn't even break even. And that's what put them into financial strain. Enix, their partner company that they merged with, was under financial strain as well. And then eventually they had to merge in order to save both their asses. But yeah, I just thought that was a fun little tidbit of information that was worth talking about, considering he mentions the movie. And he's going to be talking about money later on in this video. So, a battle that's been brewing. Okay, so he said immediately he's trying to pit old school fans versus the new fans. Basically he's saying that there's a battle brewing. I don't know how much of a battle is actually brewing over this, because the people who are voicing their complaint with Square are in, I wouldn't say they're in a minority, but they're not overly vocal as much as you would think, especially not on social media, because it kind of reflects in the sales for games like Final Fantasy VII Remake and the other Final Fantasy games. Mm-hmm. A lot of the older fans have just moved on. Most of them don't care anymore. Square has ignored them for long enough at this point that most of them don't even, even bother buying their games anymore.
So it's yet another case of, we don't want you to buy our product. Okay then, goodbye.
At least that's kind of how I view it. I don't think it's a battle between the old versus new fans. It's more just a case of a lot of the older fans are disappointed in Square. Some of them are still dedicated enough to keep playing the games despite the changes. There are old fans that still like to play the new ones. But the problem is that Square has routinely ignored the requests of what the fans have wanted for so long that a lot of them have become disenfranchised. I wouldn't say it's a massive amount, but it is a fair amount. Because the thing that I think Square has been trying to do pretty much since 13 and 15 is they've been trying to aim for the lowest common denominator. They've been trying, since they've gained mainstream appeal, so much so, and they're like the name for Japanese role-playing games here in the West. They decided that their best course of action is to, how do we say this? Dig into the casual the casual crowds more so than the older, more veteran JRPG players, or basically me, or just pretty much anybody that actually likes, turn-based
So in
RPGs,
other
or
words,
just classic
we don't
RPGs.
want you core fan base. We want a bunch of filthy casuals that don't actually like our shit.
Or the casuals that normally would not be playing their games. I wouldn't say that they hate their games. It's just they're not interested in menu systems.
They don't care about our shit, rather.
Yeah,
But
that's more
point
accurate.
being, this happens entirely too often. Original fan base has entirely reasonable requests and or criticisms. Provider of IP, how dare you have entirely reasonable suggestions or criticisms? We don't want you anymore. We want these filthy casuals over here who don't give a damn. Okay.
Hello, Helium. How you doing? Didn't see you for a while. How you doing, man?
Not too bad. Shalom and good day off. Good to see you.
Good to have you around. There are plenty.
It's nice to join another live stream with you. It's been a while.
It has been. Yeah, sorry about that. Lots of personal things to deal with. But anyway, yeah, Idifer is pointing out, there are plenty of classic JRPGs out there that are better. This is true. Even Square's older stuff is not exactly like the biggest. I mean, they're the most popular, obviously, which, no one's going to refute that. But it doesn't mean it's the best either. It just means that it's the most common. That and Dragon Quest, which is also owned by Square Enix now. But they're the ones like, oh, hey, everyone's heard about this. Everyone's seen this game, so everybody knows about it. I was actually genuinely surprised when I played around with the newest Dragon Quest, which was what? It's Dragon Quest 11. And I was genuinely surprised that I actually cared. Because I'm like, okay, Square, you have an opportunity here to impress me. And, well, gameplay-wise and whatnot, it's like, okay, typical Dragon Quest stuff. Not that big of a surprise. But just a genuinely nice and well-meaning story that I'm like, okay, you surprised me. You actually made me emotionally invested in a silent protagonist.
A reason to care? What witchcraft is this in the current year?
Well,
in
not
any IP ever.
The bigger surprise is the fact that the character doesn't speak. They're a silent protagonist. And you made me care about him more than a Final Fantasy modern character. How is that possible? Considering those guys don't know when to shut the hell up. I was genuinely shocked. I'm like, aw, I genuinely care about this guy, and I feel for him. What the hell? Okay, so back to this video.
What year is this? What portal have I wafted into?
But okay, let's talk about... Okay, saying that Final Fantasy is kind of dead. This was kind of the first point that he brings up. I tried to find video evidence of this. Hey, Tehillium, could you mute your mic for a moment? I can hear myself. Thank you. You can chime in when you want, man. Thank you for being here. But yeah, I tried finding sources for kind of dead or just dead. And I couldn't come up with much. There are some Reddit threads and whatnot that talks about the death of Final Fantasy. There might be a few articles here and there, but I don't know if I've seen enough of it to say that it's dead. Even I'm not going to say that it's dead yet. I always just in general don't like saying that. Because it's like, well, we don't know that, Is a franchise truly dead? Or is it just, hitting a rough patch, basically?
Yeah, and honestly, if there's still a question as to whether an IP is dead or not, then it's not, because if you have to ask yourself, is this property dead? The answer is most likely no, on the basis that by the time an IP is actually dead, nobody has to say, is this dead or not anymore. It becomes nom Khaleesi that it is in fact dead and usually buried. Like,
well, I mean,
nobody is looking at the Joel Schumacher Batman movies and going, is the Joel Schumacher Batman franchise dead? No, it's not a thing that needs to be asked. The answer is yes.
It's well, I mean, it could be dead to some of the fans who have, aired their grievances over the years and have basically told Square what they want, and not getting what they want. They've become, like I said, disenfranchised, and to them the franchise is dead. They're not interested in the next installment. They don't want to play the next game. They don't like the remake.
Because when you alienate your fan base, somehow your fan base begins to feel alienated or something. Who could have guessed this?
Yeah, basically. They've become alienated. So that part I could understand, but the series being claimed that it's dead, no. Considering that Final Fantasy VII Remake sold 5 million units, no. Not dead yet. Could be doing better? Definitely. Could make better games? Yes, but Square isn't going to do that because Square does not give a shit. They're too high on their own supply to give a damn. They're kind of... I definitely get the vibe of them being self-important, and that's the vibe that just their company just gives off when it comes to Final Fantasy. It's like, well, or Kingdom Hearts, it's like, well, we know what's best for you, and you're gonna take the crap we give you and all that jazz.
You will come and support our product, and you don't get an option in this because reason.
Oh, I think I remembered a Gaming Wildlife video way back in the day that's like if Square Enix was honest. I should watch that video again and post it somewhere, because that video is not only funny but accurate to even now how Square acts. Tehillium, did you have a comment? Feel free to chime in now.
Unmute first.
Yeah, normally, yeah.
All right, I was just finishing off some food.
So, oh, my apologies.
I didn't want to be rude on stream, so.
I appreciate that.
Well, one thing is, I think games can also have the same problem with like the same issue with comics.
Mm-hmm.
You brought up how you said the Dreamcastguy.
Yeah.
If I understand correctly, said that
that's his name.
IP is dead.
Yeah.
Like the Final Fantasy is dead. Well, that's not technically true. In that instance, I did actually bring up a comment in the text. Like an IP could still be alive even if people are buying the older games.
Yeah, that's
like
true.
The earlier games, right. And they could still be going and being purchased the way they're being purchased, whether it's through
Steam.
What are some of the gaming things that are used today to deliver games such as even Final Fantasy games, whether it's through PC?
I mentioned Steam,
like through the consoles, like for PS4,
PSN stores, Xbox Live Store, Steam.
That's one of the ones I'm thinking of.
Steam, because you can go out and buy all the you can buy a lot of the older Final Fantasy games or even the newer ones.
Yep, and it still gets money into their pockets because the sale still remains a sale, whatever the product that is being sold.
It's like with comics and trade paperbacks.
Yeah,
that's exactly the point I was bringing across.
Even if you're never going to touch a modern day Marvel comic or DC comic, you might still pick up, I don't know, a Day of Vengeance paperback or something.
Yeah, you'll pick up a trade or something. Yeah,
pick up a back issue.
Yeah, well, I mean the back issues, they don't get money for that.
Yeah,
The company won't see a dime for that. Same for if you buy a game secondhand, the company won't see any money from it.
Mhm.
The person you bought it from will see the money, but that's it.
Yeah, but not
But
necessarily the writer or creator of said comic.
yeah, they
And
won't see any money.
that's
either.
where, in some essence, it's also a little bit wrong, because where are they going to get their royalties if you're going to be one of said people that says, "Oh, I'll wait until this thing is in the dollar bin." Okay, how the fuck is that going to help the person that you actually like?
Mm.
If you don't buy it sort of like now. And this is sort of like one of my issues, like with
Right.
some people in the comic community. Not all, but some.
Right.
Like, I can understand some people buying back issues because it might be the only way that they can afford it. Like, yes, there is that. But if you still really want to support said creator, even though they're working through said company, whether it's DC, Marvel, whatever, same applies with video games. Like, you can still purchase video games secondhand, but in purchasing those video games secondhand, the creator of that content isn't getting that money. Like,
Well,
even if it is an older game.
yeah, I get what you're saying. I mean, I like going and finding old games at secondhand stores, but that's just because I like saving money.
Yes, and that's understandable too.
Yeah.
I'm trying to weigh it up in a balanced format.
Yeah. If I could support them in some way, I will.
Yeah.
Like for example, if I was to show my screen on my computer, I've bought a bunch of the older Star Wars games that you can buy on Steam. There was a big Star Wars sale in May, and I bought a bunch of their old games, which means that the whoever the license holders are now, are seeing money from me, just not a whole lot because I bought them cheaper than they already were on Steam because it's a sale and they dropped the percentage so massively.
Mhm.
Paying only like maybe
In
a few
other
bucks
words,
per game.
it's the factor of, if the modern day product is shit, but the company still exists, then why don't I just go and buy the product from when it wasn't shit?
Yep, that's about fair. Yes, for digital stores. Yeah, that's a good way to buy old and retro games too. So, although I will say that Sony kind of sucks at that, but others are getting better.
Add that to the incredibly long list of things that Sony sucks at.
Yeah, it's a real disappointment when there's so many like old JRPGs that I would absolutely love to get my hands on digitally, but they're
I'd
not
like to
available.
play the original Secret of Mana game.
Yeah, good luck.
I remember playing that on, I think it was on either the NES or the Super NES when it came out. I think it was the SNES when it came out here in Australia, and it was such an awesome game.
Right. Yeah.
I forget who the developer of
Square
Enix again. So
no,
again, another classic game.
It was back when they were just Square, not Enix. But yeah, it's owned by Square Enix.
So another classic game, Care of Them, which was really great, had a really fantastic story. You could even choose the name of your character in the game.
Yeah. Well, back in those days, they used to allow that with every single one.
Yeah.
You could name your entire party if you goddamn wanted to in some cases. I mean, Final Fantasy VII, I could rename the entire party and call them whatever the hell I want. I could name them after friends. I could call them Douchebag McGee, and no one can stop.
I remember one time I was playing whichever one of the Final Fantasies is the island-themed one that Sin is the main villain of. I can't remember.
That was 10.
But anyway, I was playing that one on the PS2.
Yeah, that would be 10. Yeah.
Yeah, and one of the one of the options for renaming was one of the creatures that the summoner summoned, and just for the lulz, I renamed it Etrigan because reference.
Oh, are you talking about Ifrit?
Huh?
The fire demon?
No,
Creature?
I think it looked more like a griffin if it was crossed with like a macaw because it had multicolored
Oh.
feathers.
Oh. Oh. No, then that must have been the first summon that you pick up. I was thinking Ifrit
It
because
probably was because I don't think I made it to the end of that game, but
because Ifrit would make would definitely, if you wanted to call him Etrigan, that would fit perfectly because it's basically a lion demon with horns and shoots fire. So
yeah, I
fits.
need to go back and play that game again if I can figure out some place to play it. One of these days.
You could get the HD remaster of it for the PS3 and PS4. So
Is it any good?
10 is probably
No, I mean the remaster because I know the 7 remake was a complete.
Well, that was a
clusterfuck.
remake because they decided to rebuild from the ground up, and it has its own issues. But the remaster is just that. Considering it's a PS2 game, they just upscaled it, made better frame rate, better load time, better visual quality, and all that good stuff.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that because it's been ages since I've even played a video game on console.
Well, the funny thing is that if you buy the remaster of 10, it also comes with its sequel 10 too. So you get both games for the price of one. So that's not bad. They also remastered Final Fantasy 12 as well, calling it the Zodiac Age, which was cool. But back to the topic of Dreamcastguy's video. So we've barely gotten into it. We've gone on too many tangents, but let's move on.
Continue.
Speaking of 10, is talking about 10 right now. It's like I forgot that he mentions it. It's because it's on its 20th anniversary at the time of recording his video, and yeah, so I'll just let him talk. Yes. To a lot of people, 10 was the last good Final Fantasy game. I would say 12 isn't bad. It just has some very glaring flaws that are hard to ignore, that are plot related. Well, not really plot related, more or less character related, because they added 2 characters that are incredibly annoying and are almost unnecessary for the story, because they don't add anything. They're just there, which is the main characters Vaughn and Penelo. And from what I've understood, they're kind of pointless to the story. And everyone pretty much all agrees that the main character should have been Lady Ash, because basically the story revolves around her more so than Vaughn or anybody else. So, and I tend to agree. Anyway. Debatable. Individual games are still great. That is highly debatable.
that seems to be one of those very much hit or miss things.
Yeah. And mostly misses. Let's see. 13. It's 2 subsequent sequels. Diminishing returns on both. 14's initial launch almost tanked Square financially. And
I was gonna say, wasn't the launch of 14 a complete and utter dumpster fire until they patched a bunch of shit?
It was so bad. No, it was so bad they had to nuke it. They had to destroy the game entirely and build from scratch. That's how bad they screwed up 14's online launch.
Yeah, because I remember when 14 came out and everybody was just dumping on it like it was a religious ritual or something.
It was archaic. It was supposed to be, the next step of MMORPGs, but it felt dated the moment that it was released. It felt old, archaic. the systems didn't work. They thought that they needed like high tier graphics in order to make it a game that people would go out and play. But that wasn't what it needed. It was actually you don't want that.
The gameplay itself.
Well, not just the gameplay, but we're talking about like textures and how good the game looks.
Mm-hmm.
They thought visuals was what they needed. Considering that even though that would cause massive issues like really bad lag, load time, all that kind of stuff, and we're talking about populated servers with multiple players, thousands of them, probably even more so than that.
Dear modern day video game studios, actual quality of graphics is nowhere near as important as the quality of an aesthetic. Because like we've dealt with Mario, for example, for decades.
Yeah.
Nobody needs an aesthetic overhaul of Mario, despite the fact that he was conceived pretty much at the very dawns of the medium, because despite his aesthetic being very simplistic at the start, it is consistent enough that you can just upgrade his graphics as and when the medium catches up with him.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, because
it's like with animation.
Yeah.
One of my favorite shows growing up was Ed, Edd n Eddy. Has a really, really simplistic art style, but it has an amazing aesthetic, so nobody gives a fuck. Compare that to modern day cartoons, where it's obvious they're putting effort into the style of animation, but they're not putting any effort at all, or often in the inverse, to the aesthetic, and therefore, despite having stupid animation budgets in this day and age, or stupid animation technology in this day and age, they still managed to fuck it up because they didn't pay enough attention to the actual aesthetics of what they're producing.
But the fun thing was that with 14, what happened when it was released, one of the running jokes for some of the player base was saying that a tree in a lobby of the one of the hub areas had more polygons than a character did.
That's really dumb. And also,
which obviously makes it run like complete crap. That's the problem.
To steer back into the game realm, and I know it's become cliche to cite this as the perfect example of how you do an independent game, but it's because it's the perfect example of how you do an independent game. Cuphead had a very, very simple design that didn't require a bunch of graphics here and there and everywhere, but it had a very good aesthetic, and so nobody gave a fuck. You see?
Yeah, definitely. But anyway, but what happened with 14 is eventually they did fix the issues. That's why Final Fantasy, the current version of 14, is called Final Fantasy 14: A Realm Reborn, because they literally nuked everything and started over. But
Mulligan,
the truth,
our fault. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that was like probably one of the first and only times I've genuinely seen Square apologize so much to the fan base that they disappointed, because they've never done it since. Considering that it was so bad, they basically had to apologize. You know, old school Japanese, bow our heads. Oh dear God, we are so sorry we disappointed you all that badly. Here, let us make it right. And I'm not knocking the creators for that. You know, obviously, you know, decisions were made that were wrong, but you course corrected and fixed the issues.
CEO gets out a seppuku knife, goes dishonor repeatedly.
It wasn't that far, but no, there are images of the developers at the time, you know, bowing their heads in shame and apologizing publicly, which, you know, companies rarely do. They don't normally do that. If they can avoid
humility from a corporation, what sorcery is this?
And it's very clear that the devs that are working on 14 are highly dedicated and they love the game and they love the community, which is why they, you know, they interact with it so well, which is great. 14 is probably one of the few bastions for the Final Fantasy, the overall Final Fantasy community, where pretty much everyone can agree that, yeah, the developers are great, the director's fantastic, everybody enjoys the games, And
almost like when you care about the IP you're working on and you care about the people who consume your IP, good things happen. And when you flippantly and aristocratically tut at your fan base and tell them how inferior and unwanted they are, bad things happen.
Well, I don't. Some of the stuff with Final Fantasy with Square, I don't know if it's done out of malicious. I wouldn't say it's malicious. I think it's just done out of ignorance or just wanting to do what they want to do over what the fans want them to do, or what some fans would expect, or what they would like.
Again, it's the your input doesn't come into this conversation, fans. Go and buy our shit anyway.
Anyway,
because we are the creators, and therefore we control all the things.
Yeah. Talium, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Not really.
Okay. I was just checking, considering we went on a tangent about 14. Feel free if you want to add anything, but
yeah. I think you already covered some of the points anyway. I probably brought up.
You're trying to flex on us.
What did you say this time? I can't wait to see the.
He's just kind of flexing, kind of talking about getting all the trophies, getting all the master weapons, stuff like that. It's like, that's cool. That means you're a dedicated fan and you like the games, which is cool. I'm just pointing it out. Okay, so he's talking about Square's origins. I think he'll touch on this, but I'll let him keep talking. Well, yes, most of the original games were pretty good. Keep in mind that Square is not the inventor of turn-based RPGs, but they did take heavy inspiration from older PC turn-based games that were out at the time when they made Final Fantasy. That's just something I thought would be important to point out. It's actually kind of funny. He kind of skips around the games. Because Final Fantasy 1 is fantastic. Final Fantasy 4 is fantastic. Final Fantasy 7. Are we forgetting the others? 2 and 3, maybe? I know most people don't want to talk about Final Fantasy 2 because it's not that great. Final Fantasy 3. Okay, I guess, to some people. 4. He doesn't mention 6, which is very weird considering that 6 was the big seller for the Super Nintendo. That's very weird that he doesn't mention it here. But he does mention 7. Does not mention many of the others. Well, I mean, you're making 6 feel neglected over here. To some people, that was basically the top tier best Final Fantasy game of all time. Don't get me wrong, 7 is the most well known, but 6 is the one that a lot of people say. It's like 7, yeah, that's cool and all, but if you want to be a real gamer, you play 6 and basically say 7 is its redheaded stepchild. Kind of. It's just kind of just me joking, but both are pretty good.
Maybe he's just a little too normie to know that.
No, he does mention 6 later, but I'm just surprised that he doesn't mention how beloved 6 is. I just random tangent.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he is going to discuss the desperation that Square was going through at the time, because all the games that they had made as a developer sucked. They were all bad. And that the first Final Fantasy was a desperate move to try and make something that would be successful. That's the reason why it's jokingly called Final Fantasy because basically it was their last attempt.
Because this is our last hope. Please, for the love of God, like us people, or else we'll die.
And this is back in the 80s, so, live or die. They had no choice but to make something that would actually work. But
maybe what they need is to get down to that point again. Maybe they need to be forced into a desperation move. What, you mean we actually make a game that people want to play and then they want to play it?
Yeah.
Who could have predicted this?
I know. I will point out I don't have any of the Ultimania books, but yeah, they have developer notes. They talk about the struggles that they dealt when making all the games, which, is fine. I'm going to actually... fear of failure, I don't really care. I would just move forward. Saying that an average gamer doesn't care about what was made. Well, yeah, if you're a normie, if you're a plebeian, probably not. Most people probably don't care how most people, when they go to a restaurant, they don't care how the stuff is made. All they care about is that it's good. That's all they care about. Right?
Mm-hmm.
But the diehard fans care a lot more. So there's that.
Yeah. Why are we just allowing ourselves to default to the lowest common denominator is fine with it, so why do we care about the people who actually are invested in things and actually care?
Yeah.
That strikes me as both very lazy, very pathetic, and very cynical. And it seems to be the root of a lot of problems in a lot of different industries in this day and age.
Okay, he's saying that a lot of people tried to topple Final Fantasy during the day. He doesn't reference any companies in particular to this of who tried to compete against Square and failed. And here's the thing, a lot of games do take their cues from Square sometimes. Whether it's the combat system or how things are made or the aesthetics or the tropes and whatnot, especially back when I was playing JRPGs the most, back during the PlayStation 1 era and whatnot, I heard that all the time. It's like, oh, they're just ripping off or they're using the same tropes that are in Final Fantasy games. I'm like, yeah, in some cases you're right. But I would point out one thing that's interesting. Final Fantasy had one competitor back in the day that basically these two were fighting tooth and nail for attention. Both are fantastic, franchise-wise, and both of them sold incredibly well. Final Fantasy was not the only game in town in the early 80s. Because, let's see, let's do this. Let's go in. Let's do this. Dragon Quest. Release date. The original Dragon Quest. 1986. Everybody can see this, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So, Dragon Quest came out before, Final Fantasy. Just thought I'd like to point that out for people. Just a fun little tidbit. And Dragon Quest gets just as much praise, especially in Japan, as Final Fantasy has gotten over the years. And sometimes more so, because apparently the Dragon Quest fan base is even more rabid than the Final Fantasy fan base is. Because I know it's not an official Dragon Quest day, but at the time, Enix had to relegate a specific day to release Dragon Quest. Because when they released some of the first few games, the young kids and whatnot were skipping school to buy the game and then go home and play it. That's how dedicated it is. There are literally still, to this day, even with the newest one, Dragon Quest XI, there are fans lined out the door at local game shops to buy Dragon Quest. I don't ever see footage like that for Final Fantasy.
Yeah, it's almost as though we've strangled out our genre content to the point that nothing is a healthy franchise anymore, really.
I'm not saying that doesn't happen. I'm just saying I've never seen it. Maybe I know definitely back in the 90s that was probably a thing, but nowadays that does not happen.
Not since like 10, I guess.
10 would probably be the last one that I remember where everyone was lining out the door to buy it. Especially in the West. In Japan, I don't know. Maybe there's footage. If people know of footage, they're welcome to share it with me because...
Well, and let's also be fair, there's a larger percentage of Japan's population that are straight up obsessed with things.
Yeah.
And honestly, again, like I always say, we really, really, really could do with a Japanese invasion in Western popular culture these days.
Why do you think anime has become so mainstream now?
Well, I mean actually, like Japanese creatives crossing over into Western franchises is what I mean.
Well, I mean,
in the same way that in the 80s and 90s, comic books required the British invasion to stay afloat.
Yeah.
I think, given all of the rampant deconstructionalism and rampant, we don't care about you fan base, we don't want you fan base, we only care about our own virtue signaling and also however we can pad our bottom line. With all of those ideologies kind of circling the Western world, I feel like it would benefit us to kind of, sadly enough, what we should do is, in the same way that we kind of forced Japan to conform to Western values back in World War II, I think Western civilization has lost something, and we need the Japanese creatives to come back over here and like re-upload the source code of Western values.
Yeah, we might need that. We might need that.
Reinitialize the source code of Western civilization, please.
No wonder I want to visit Japan.
Like the freaking Matrix sequel.
But no, I was going to say, I mean, with like Star Wars Visions and whatnot, obviously they're they basically said, "Oh, hey, all these Japanese studios, do you want to work on a Star Wars project?" And what was the response? Yes.
Is this even a question? Yes. Goodbye.
Yes, we'll do it. And a lot of it looks fantastic, so I'm actually looking forward to that when it comes out.
It's like, and I know this is a cliche question at this point, but given that My Hero Academia outsells both DC and Marvel combined in the modern age, why do neither DC nor Marvel try to get him to write a comic?
They should. That would probably be the dude's biggest accomplishment and dream of his entire life.
Because you know he would do it. He would love to do it, and he would damn near kill himself to make sure it was worthy of his standard of what the comic should be.
Yeah, Horikoshi would do it. Because in the Japanese, in the original Japanese mangas and whatnot, he has silhouettes of all the old school superheroes.
Yes.
You can see Spider-Man, Batman, Superman, and stuff like them all over his comic book in the original Japanese version. Obviously, it's changed for the English version because licensing, but yeah, the original Japanese mangas.
But he's a comic book fanboy, so why not let him write comics? Especially when you consider that he's outselling the entire industry right now.
Yeah, well, obviously we don't want to overburden him because he's working on a hero.
But he would love to do it. The fans would love to see him do it, and it would again kind of reinitialize the source code of comics.
Yeah, we would definitely. I would not mind seeing that, but yeah, I don't know if the industry will ever do that. Anyway, back to what we're talking about because we're talking about Final Fantasy here.
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure that Square wasn't ripping off them sometimes? Just saying. Um, like I said, Dragon Quest came before it. So yeah. just a thought. Yes, some companies did try to rip off Square Enix's ideas. Or at the very least took inspiration. Yeah, some of them do that, but some. How do we know that Square didn't do that? I mean, Square's entire presentation for E3 this year looked like they ripped it from Persona 5. So who's ripping off who now? That's what I'd like to know. That's what I'd like to talk about. Can we talk about the fact that not only it has, everybody's like, oh, look at all these JRPG tropes that Square Enix popularized, and the fact that now basically they are the trope. Can we talk about that? That would be fun. And all of them ended in complete failure. I would love to know which games you're referring to. Because I don't know what you're talking about. Because here's the thing, there's tons of old JRPGs from back in the day. A lot of franchises started on on the Famicom, the original Nintendo. Some of them didn't even start on the Famicom. Some were on the PC. Everybody knows how much I love talking about Trails and Falcom's games. How about the fact that the East games are incredibly old? I'm actually going to look that up right now because I actually am curious. East's release date 1987. Same year as Final Fantasy.
How surprising!
How surprising! And this isn't a failure, is it? Last I checked. But yes, it was released on PC, which is probably why this guy doesn't know anything about it. But there's that. And also Bando Cannon, hello, how are you doing? Good to see you. But saying that they all ended in failure and whatnot. Yeah, I'm sure, right? So did Dragon Quest and Ys and a bunch of other games. If we're all going to be completely honest, Japan got these ideas and whatnot from Dungeons and Dragons. Let's just be honest. So, and probably older PC games. What was it, like Ultima? I think
Zork.
I was thinking Ultima was one of the first role-playing games ever made for a computer, or first, actual video game. I think it was Ultima, or no, it was Ultima, wasn't it? I'm fairly positive. People can correct me if I'm wrong. Please feel free. But I'm fairly positive that Ultima was like the first RPG that was ever made, or video game RPG, because there wasn't any before then. And then Ultima inspired individuals like Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy. So who's ripping off who? Anyway, moving on. Early Final Fantasy games aren't that much different from one another. Graphically, sometimes, but story-wise, a lot of them pretty much run the same story and plot. They recycle, especially like the first 3 games in the series, they pretty much recycle similar plots. They're not that different from one another. Graphical changes, and gameplay mechanic tweets. They did try to do a bit more narrative with 2 and 3, but that's about it. The games didn't start diverging and turning into absolutely different beasts all on themselves until 4. Because 4 decided to take the concept of a story of you being the knight of an evil kingdom and then realizing that, oh, I work for the bad guys.
Are we the baddies?
Yeah, pretty much that meme. Yeah, it's like, are we the baddies? Yes, or you were, and the king betrays you, and you accidentally burn down a whole village and stuff, and then you feel remorse, and you have to go on a journey and a quest for half the game of having Cecil remove the burden that he's been carrying as a Dark Knight.
Yay, redemption arc win.
Yep. That's pretty much the bulk of or at least that's probably one of the best parts of the story, is him, feeling like he has this massive burden and he needs to let go of it. And then he does and becomes a paladin, which is awesome. Yes. That's what makes Final Fantasy games basically a lot of games, especially ones that have sequels, normally require extended knowledge of past games. But in the case of Final Fantasy, considering it's story-driven, they don't do that. They decide that each game is their own entry, it's their own world. They just use similar assets, ideas, and whatnot, and then they just make a new story. Uh-huh. Okay, yeah. I really don't have anything negative to comment about him talking about 6 and 9. Mainly just because it's like they're both good games. So I've never played 9, but I've heard good things. I've not played 6 either, but 6 is also considered really good, and also to many people is considered to have the better main villain or antagonist, as far as anybody is concerned. Kefka over Sephiroth. How about that? Does that work for everybody? What happened? It got quiet all of a sudden. Is people still here? Okay.
Yeah,
I am excusing myself to deal with the cat because otherwise the cat will continue to meow.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry. But yeah, everybody. Who is better, Kefka or Sephiroth? Vote in the comments. I'm kidding,
I've
of
never gone
course.
up against any of them, so I can't.
And there's only one correct answer. It's Kefka, by the way. Even though I've never played the game, I know what happens in the story. Kefka is the better villain. Mainly just because it's rare for the main villain to actually win in a JRPG. To actually gain the foothold and the advantage. So Kefka wins that overall. Even though Sephiroth is very cool, very conniving, and he definitely does his thing and does it well, Kefka manages to nuke the entire world, while Sephiroth does not. So we gotta give Kefka the leg up on that one. Considering he basically almost, not only does he destroy most of the world and decides to basically nuke it from orbit whenever he feels like it. Even though after he's already destroyed most of the population, he still takes pot shots at them from his sanctuary in the sky, which is hilarious. He's like, I am so evil, I'm just going to take random shots at whatever's left of this population I've already destroyed. Just because I can. Nuke them all. And so much so that basically the entire party is like depressed through nearing the end of the game. They're all like, should we go on? Is it worth it? He's already won. He's beaten us all. What can we do? a sense of impending dread. And also just the fact that Kefka does not give a shit about anything. He does not have any form of humanity from what I can tell, from what people have described him as. He does not like humanity or care about humanity at all. I mean, the person, because from what I remember, from what people have described, that when you first meet him, you think he's just a stooge for the guy who you think is the main antagonist, the emperor or whatever. But he betrays him, kills him, and then he's like, nope, I am the one in charge here.
I want to hit the nuclear button from space. I want to hit
it. It's my duty, my privilege, not yours. Which is funny. Anyway. Okay, so you're admitting that there is a decay over time, that the game started to lose a little bit of their luster, a little bit of their shine, a little bit of their strong characters, good villains, overall better presentations and whatnot. The games graphically look more and more impressive as time has progressed, but they're lacking in other areas. So basically, you're admitting that there is a problem, but it's not the problem you want to talk about. Okay, the spin-offs are not the issue with Final Fantasy. That's not the problem. At least not entirely. Some of the spin-offs are a problem. But here's the thing, due to Square's really weird decision of announcing games before they're ready, or announcing them while they're still in development and they don't have anything to show because they make a habit of that, they have to do spin-offs. And the spin-offs didn't really truly begin until Square merged with Enix. And that's when they went into full spin-off mode, where it's like, okay, now we need spin-offs like everywhere, every year, in order to compensate.
You get a spin-off, and you get a spin-off, and you get a spin-off. Everybody gets a spin-off.
Yeah, they had to supplement their income because both of the companies, like I mentioned, even after they merged, still was in financial strain, so they needed to come up with strategies to fix that issue. So one of Square's ideas to do that was sequels to classic Final Fantasy games like Final Fantasy X-2, which was not a very good idea because 10's story kind of wrapped and ended at 10. And a lot of fans pretty much said, why the hell do we have a sequel? We don't need it.
But why?
But they did it anyway. I mean, it was also very clear that they wanted to go the fan service route, considering that it was an entire female cast. And a costume changing gimmick for combat. Gee, I wonder why they did that. Let's play to the weaves in the audience as much as humanly possible. This is before, alternate skin stuff and whatnot was DLC. They're the precursor to DLC. Which is kind of funny. I'm joking at 10-2's expense. It's a relatively fun game, I guess, but it's kind of unneeded. A lot of sequels for Final Fantasy games are unwanted or unneeded. They were not required. But they did it anyway.
We don't need this, but okay.
But you're getting it anyway because we need more money. So we're going to milk the fanboys as much as we can for more money. Like I said, financial focus. Talking about all the different spin-off games. The spin-offs don't play into main continuity all that often unless it's a direct sequel to one of the others. So some fans are going to either play these games or they're not. The spin-off games are just that. They're spin-offs to help make more money. Some are really good. Some are not good. It just depends on what you're doing. Yes, chocobo racing is fun. And also losing so much profit. Let's not forget that. Can we talk about, because he's not going to talk about the fact that Square has tanked its own business and budget so many goddamn times. They lost their way. That's my opinion. Final Fantasy X-2 would have been great if it was, what was it? Unrelated to 10. Yes, I actually agree with you. Crystal Chronicles. I never played Crystal Chronicles, unfortunately, but I've heard good things. But yeah, spin-off games are fine. There's not really a problem with it. But yeah, Square has had a lot of financial struggle and issues over the years that I still think they're in the financial hole at this point. They are not in the black, and they haven't been for some time. That's why I think they finally decided to make Final Fantasy VII Remake a reality, because they knew it would get them money. Guaranteed money. And it'll probably help
to have money.
Well, I'm pretty sure, I'm guaranteeing that it definitely probably bumped up their books, but I still think that keep in mind that we don't have their financial records, so we don't know how good or how bad they're doing year over year. But I'm pretty much guaranteeing you that they're still in the red, and they have been for some time. I know it's not a fun thing for the fanboys to admit, but that is reality. There is definitely a serious they've lost funds. Like we mentioned earlier with the Spirits Within, if you lost that much money over just one film, and that pretty much forced you into a merger with your main competitor because both of you were struggling financially. Yeah, sorry. And with 14's, massive tanking initially, there's definitely going to be a problem, and you're going to be financially struggling for a long time. Hold on a second. Sorry, I needed to sneeze, and I didn't have time to mute. My apologies. Give me a moment. I need water too. Anyway, how are we doing? Okay. So, yeah, Wild Square has made their profit, but they've also lost their profit too. So, yes. Tactics Advanced is not that good. I'm still going to stand on that. I'm going to die on that hill because of how much I goddamn loathe and detest that game. Never played Advance 2, but the first Tactics Advance I genuinely hate with a burning passion. I've tried to play it twice, and I hated it both times. Sure. Oh, great. Papa Murphy's is coming in to tell me to buy a pizza. Gosh darn it, Papa Murphy's. Look, I love you too, but go away. Maybe he's saying that the reason why so many fans love the classic ones is because they were groundbreaking. Not really. I wouldn't say they were groundbreaking. They were just really good games. I wouldn't even say Final Fantasy VII is that groundbreaking. It was just a really good game. It definitely changed the landscape. I'm fine. What's going on? The game that gave me depression with its ending. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I heard that there's a pretty good ending to Tactics Advance. It's unfortunate that I couldn't get that far because I just don't like the judge system. I genuinely find it to be a hindrance on me. It prevents me from having fun and doing what I want to do. You know, most strategy games or tactical games, basically in order to create difficulty, normally what you do is you try to do something that makes the game challenging. Fire Emblem has their weapons triangle system, where certain weapons and certain things do extra damage to certain units. You know, basically saying like, oh, I have this Pegasus Knight. They can go really far. I should go and send them out to as far out as I can to go take out some enemies. But wait, the savvy player would realize, oh, hold on a second. There are archers over there. If I overextend my Pegasus Knight and send them all the way out there, they could get sniped out of the sky. You know. It was a very negative experience for me. Ah, I see. My negative experience has to do with the judge system. I guess it was an attempt to add an extra layer of challenge and strategy, but it was poorly implemented. Considering that some of the missions have ridiculous conditions that when you're young, you're probably not going to think about, or you didn't think about it when you first played it. There were just some really dumb ones. I mentioned it, I think it was off screen, but I mentioned a mission where you have to fight beast monsters, but you can't attack them with anything. You can't use weapons, you can't use skills, and you can't use magic. You do, the judge penalizes you for doing so. So it's an unwinnable mission.
So you're saying the judge is judgmental?
Yes, very judgmental. Personally, I think I got so mad at that judge for that particular mission, I walked over to him and struck him instead. Which, by the way, is an instant you go to jail card. But I did it anyway because I was so goddamn frustrated with the rules.
You stop being annoying.
Stop being a piece of shit. Let me do things.
Judge responds, no.
Judge is like, denied, bitch. Okay.
I shall in fact be even more of an a-hole.
Anyway. That is a theory, but it cannot be proven. And it definitely is not the case with me. My first Final Fantasy game was Final Fantasy VIII, and it's not my favorite. Mm-hmm. When it comes to the mainline ones, 7 is my favorite, because I played 8 first, and then my friend introduced me to 7, and I played 7, and ended up liking it way more than 8. And I played it a lot more than 8. And even then, after that, I played Final Fantasy Tactics, and that's my favorite Final Fantasy game of all time. Because I just love its story way more than even Final Fantasy VII's story, which isn't that bad. It's actually a pretty good story. It has good characters, and I enjoy it, but Tactics just has the overall better story. And also, in my opinion, has aged like fine wine. Even if you play the old version, it's still really good to look at. 7, not so much. It's aged like milk, unfortunately, with its art style and gameplay. Or some of its gameplay mechanics, like mini games and stuff. It's dated, and it shows.
But anyway, should we get back to the video, because we've been on this one screen for quite a while here.
Yeah, sorry. Okay. That's interesting. The entire reason for this channel's existence is because of Final Fantasy, even though you decided to call yourself Dreamcastguy. Odd choice. I would have thought because the Dreamcast was your favorite console of all time or something.
That was where my brain was going too, and like, it's become a meme at this point. But yeah, they did the Dreamcast dirty in a sane universe that would have been more successful.
Yeah.
What a waste of a channel name.
I know.
Like, I begin to suspect this person is a disingenuous normie because like rather than like make a channel named after the thing that inspired him to make the channel, he just picked up a random piece of gaming ephemera and was like, "Here, I'm Dreamcastguy." Why?
I don't know where that came from. My channel's game name origin is not that hard to figure out. That's my gamer tag, or my gamer tag has been Nightwolf for ever since I bought my PlayStation 3, actually, I think, or my Xbox. I can never remember which.
Maybe
so that's been.
Yeah, maybe he should call himself the meme cast guy.
Well, he's been memed to death. He's been called out for a liar multiple times. So yes, disingenuous liar.
Discount irate gamer.
Yep. Okay. Random nonsense that does not matter. Talking about the PS2. What? What are we talking about? Centered protagonist. Okay. Oh, he's talking about Final Fantasy XI, the first MMO. Okay. Well, no, it's an MMO. I mean, could people who were maybe out in the forums back in the day confirm that for me? You know, my first was A2. Huh. We are brethren then. But what was I gonna say? I don't know. I don't know what the discourse was when Final Fantasy XI came out. I wasn't online back in those days very much, so I could not tell you what the discourse was for Final Fantasy XI. What the general consensus of the fan base was. Like, do they love it? Do they hate it? Are they indifferent to it? I don't know, because I wasn't around. But if somebody does know, feel free to leave it in the comments or something. I don't know, but I don't know the answer to that. But I'm gonna probably go with they probably weren't asking too many questions at the time. That's my guess. I was fairly positive that Final Fantasy XI was successful. He's making it sound like it wasn't successful for some reason. I don't know why. 12 is good, but I would not say top notch. There are definitely flaws that could have been better. I mean, I'm looking at his at the party he's using, and even he knows that Van is useless. To the story, Van is completely unneeded for 12. Because who does he have? He has Balthier, he has Fran, he has Bosk, and Lamont. That's it. Definitely better characters than Vaughn. Sorry. Yeah, this guy. Nobody cares about Vaughn. No one likes Vaughn. I don't know a single person who's played Final Fantasy XII and says Vaughn is their favorite Final Fantasy character of all time. If they exist, I've never met them. Because, and trust me, I would love to see it because I'd love to know the reasoning for that. Anyway, sorry. It does not matter and is superfluous. No freaking duh. Thank you for wasting our time with 12 and 11, by the way. Yeah, 13 is probably where you would really want to start talking about the issues that the fan base has with Final Fantasy. Not so much, 12 and 11. There wasn't, I don't know of any issues. I didn't pay much attention when 11 came out, wasn't interested enough because MMO. But I do know I have several friends that had it. Oh, well, that's good. But but yeah, the real issues for Final Fantasy started with 13. So let's I love how he tries to say that the people who talk about Final Fantasy 13 negatively is through toxic nostalgia. The game is, well, I guess it is old at this point. It's probably over 10 years old now. But 13 is bad. I don't care how many people desperately try to defend 13. It's a bad game. It's a bad Final Fantasy game. It's a trope of everything that Square Enix helped popularize and made the basically 90s and early 2000s of JRPG fans exhausted of. So it's the same. Basically, the tropes that Square helped popularize and that made a lot of fans start making jokes about, they basically helped epitomize it with 13. It's not very good. It's a bad game. It can play itself without your input. It's Hallway, the video game, for basically half of it.
Oh no.
It has insufferable characters. Not all of them are bad, but a good majority of them are insufferable. Mainly the main protagonist.
Oh dear.
Which is Lightning and also Snow. Also terrible names. I'd also like to point that out. Why the hell is her name Lightning? And Snow. Explain, please, who came up with that name? I'd really like to know. Because that doesn't sound like a good name. It's like my child. I have named them Lightning. I guess it was supposed to be. Well, I mean, okay. To be fair, Cloud's name is Cloud, so yes, okay. That's also a little weird. But also, that makes me think that that's where the idea of Lightning's name came in, because basically, Lightning is Cloud 2.0.
Maybe it's something to do with how things are translated in kanji.
It could be. Basically what I'm saying is Cloud is or Lightning is basically Cloud, just a female version and done worse. With all of his tropes,
and given all the things you told me about Cloud, that annoys me.
Yes.
What? Gender swapping Cloud? Who'd have thought?
I mean, it was so damn obvious that they gave it. I mean, in Lightning Returns, what did they do for one of the costumes? They gave her Cloud's costume. I wonder why. Or one of her costume options was basically running around as Cloud. Gee, could it be that, she's basically Cloud, only done
We recycled
terribly.
the character template. You're welcome, Derp.
Yep. And Snow is basically douchey, douchebag character. Douchebag, annoying piece of shit that wants to save everybody. Who is so goddamn memeable, which is why everybody was so happy when Lightning punched him. That's how bad his character is that you actually made me cheer for Lightning. For punching him in the face, for being a piece of shit. Or being annoying, because Snow is goddamn annoying. Hope is not much better. He's kind of better. At least he has a motivation that actually works a lot better. Snow's motivation is, my girlfriend got turned into a crystal. So let me wank off and
She
be
feels like the lucky one.
She got off. Sarah got off easy. Sarah got goddamn off easy until 13-2. Then everything went wrong. But yeah, basically her job was to get everybody together. Okay, I did my job. Now I get to turn into a crystal and basically fudge off for the rest of the game. I don't have to
will
be
have
involved.
no relevance to the rest of the game. I will become a crystal.
Well, I mean, she still has relevance because she's a motivation for Snow. But their relationship is weird. Because Snow is older than her. And they're getting married. It's a little weird and awkward. Not to mention that it's Lightning's sister. Baby sister. So, yeah, there's that. It's like, here! This is your... sorry, Tahilium. The echo is throwing me off a bit. Sorry. I can't even finish the joke properly. Just imagine, the whole thing of, oh, hey, by the way, this annoying douchebag is now your brother-in-law. And Lightning's probably like, oh, dear God, end me now. Anyway. I heard a cat purring. What fun.
Yes, the cat is once again demanding attention right now.
Yeah.
And I am doing my best to provide it while still keeping at least one eye on the stream.
That's fine. So, yeah, he's talking about toxic nostalgia for 13. That's funny.
Can we just Can the word toxic in relation to fan culture just die already, please?
That would be nice.
Every time the word toxic is applied to something in fan culture, a little part of my soul is just like dead.
Yeah.
And it is the most counterproductive term in like the history of anything.
Yeah.
Basically.
Clunky is an understatement. He says that the writing was incredibly clunky. That's an understatement. Because I couldn't understand half the shit that was happening. And I could not care less about what was happening to the characters and the story. Because none of it made a damn bit of sense. I've said it multiple times, and I feel like I'm beating a dead horse. But I will continue to beat this dead horse. I guess until the cows come home.
Mm-hmm.
So you tortured yourself again, probably for the 4th or 5th time, of playing an exceedingly clunky and terrible game. Good for you. Or at the very least, a very mediocre game. If we're being fair, completely mediocre. Artistically? Kind of. I don't care much for the character designs. They're okay. They're generic JRPG trope number 527 in game design. But, there's that. Most of the monster designs can go suck an egg, though, because they look like crap. Like these ones here. What the hell? That's not the only reason why the fans hate it. He's saying that it's overstayed its welcome, basically, because they made 2 sequels. That's part of the reason, but the other reason is that the game wasn't very good to begin with. So it not only did it,
and then they copied it twice,
or they did 2 sequels. One which was a time travel shenanigan escapade with the aforementioned Crystal Sarah, who is no longer frozen as a crystal anymore, and another dude who I can't even remember to be bothered with the name, who looks like a Kingdom Hearts reject, basically go through time travel and go through alternate timelines which makes no goddamn sense considering that.
Because that's
Why
totally
would you
how
save
you keep an IP fresh and totally don't nuke it into the ground. Is time travel.
or make a convoluted story that was already hard to follow even worse. So how does that make it better? And then Lightning Returns with basically the world ending, and they decided, oh hey, you guys remember those gamers who really liked The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask? Let's do that, but worse. Where basically, you know, the world is ending and you have to reset all the time.
Okay, but why?
I don't know, because they thought it was a good idea. Basically Lightning is the only playable character in that game that I'm aware of. And if you like monotone Lightning, who looks like even the voice actress is tired of this shit, go right ahead, because she even sounded like she was bored, like she didn't want to be there anymore. She's like,
I, the character, don't want to
again?
be here. You, the player, don't want to be here. Let's just
No,
do this
it's you,
and go
the
home.
voice actor, doesn't want to be there. When I hear some of her voice dialogue, the voice actress for the English version sounds like she's there for a paycheck and going through the motions. She does not want to be there. She's doing it because it pays money, and that's it. Not because she enjoys it.
None of us want to be here. Let's just get
the shit over. Let's get the shit over with and move on.
We all just want to go home, so let's just go through this and we'll all be fine.
Yeah, 13 lost money. Not a whole lot but it still made money because it was the next gen Final Fantasy experience. But it didn't exactly recoup its losses with its subsequent sequels of making more money. It lost more money over time, which if 13.2 was basically 13 was like, well, we're getting a mixed reception for this, but let's make a sequel and see if we can get the people back a bit and get them invested. And that ends up selling worse. The message should be, maybe we should just stop here and move on to the next one. It's not working, everybody. Let's scrap this and come up with a new idea. Oh yeah, that's right. Final Fantasy Type 0 is also connected to this bullshit. Sort of. Not really entirely, but they have this deep lore stuff that has to do with the gods of the world that I'll share a video with you with Dalton would probably find it interesting, probably. More so probably than Tehillium, but that explains the lore of both 13's canon and Type 0's canon. And it does a pretty good job explaining like what the gods were doing, but it's still convoluted disaster of an explanation for what's happening. But at the very least, I found one of those videos incredibly funny, and at the very least, basically the gods deciding of some of them are just lazy douchebags and others are just ineffectual assholes. Or it's like, oh hey, I want to destroy the world and blah 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 blah. I made overcomplicated continuity. Praise me for my complexity. No, you made convoluted plot. It didn't get better over time. It got worse over time. You introduced time travel and alternate timelines. That's a surefire way of making it worse.
That is totally how you do a correct continuity and don't completely fuck everything over.
Especially considering, because I've watched Pro Jared's video where he did top 10 worst things that Final Fantasy has ever done, and 13 was on the list. And he mentions 13.2, and it's all like, why the hell would you make me go to all these alternate timelines? And why should I care about them when they're not the original one I came from? Why should I care about them? Why should I be invested in trying to fix those timelines when they're not my timeline? I've seen so many science fiction stories over the years that do, oh, hey, I came from an alternate timeline, for one reason or another, or you visit an alternate timeline, and it's done better. 13.2's is terrible, because why should you care? there is no reason to care about it, because even if you fix it, it's not your own timeline, so it doesn't fix your timeline. If the objective is, oh, my timeline is messed up because of some dude's time travel shenanigans, I need to go and fix it, and I have to do that by jumping to other points. If it's not connected to the main goal of fixing your own, what's the point? Right? Does that make sense?
I put out the fire in my neighbor's house, but my house still burnt down. So this is all completely pointless.
Yeah, pretty much. No, it didn't. The only things that Square managed to iron out with the subsequent sequels was gameplay. And I'm saying that generously because it's pretty much 13 just slightly tweaked to make different combat. That's it. Especially considering that Lightning Return is just pretty much playing Lightning and playing dress up with Lightning. Oh, funny side note of that. That's because either it was the director or the main character designer has the hots for Lightning. He fell in love with his own character creation so goddamn much, she became his waifu.
I can't fault you for that, man. I guess do you, but please don't drag us all along for the ride.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like, keep your fantasies of what you want her to wear in your dreams, dude. We don't want it over here, okay?
Like I didn't need to pay the extra $20 to envisage your wet dreams, but thanks.
Yeah, pretty much. But, well, actually, what's really funny is that not only did they do that for her in Lightning Returns, but I think it was actually in 13-2, her cup size was increased from the original because he liked her that much. So he's like, let's upscale her titties because reasons.
Again, I can't fault you for this, but please don't waste the resources of a multi-million-dollar gaming studio to accomplish this, please.
If only they would have spent more time actually fleshing out her character and making her more appealing as an actual character than instead of making her a goddamn waifu doll. Then maybe people wouldn't be so goddamn sick of seeing her all everywhere. And she wouldn't have outlived her sell-by date. No, they did this for more money. It wasn't that they wanted to expand continuity. The Square Enix mandate at the time, especially after Final Fantasy X, was to make sequels to supplement income and make more money. That's why they made 10-2, even though you don't need it because 10's main story ends at 10. You don't need a sequel to it, especially a sequel that involves you trying to find Tidus. Why do you need it? You don't. You don't need it. It's okay, guys. We can learn to live with it, Oh, dear God, Dirge of Cerberus. Can we talk about Dirge of Cerberus? The Final Fantasy VII game that nobody asked for. Oh, good Lord in heaven. Why?
Tell us about it, Nightwolf. Tell us about it.
Dirge of Cerberus is a third-person shooter that revolves around Vincent Valentine. It is a sequel to Final Fantasy VII. It goes a bit more into his history and past, with cameos from everybody else. Not a good game. Not a very fun game.
First-person shooter in the Final Fantasy universe.
I said third person. Guns,
okay.
The camera's behind him. You can see Vincent.
Okay.
But nobody asked for it. Nobody needed it. That's for damn sure.
I wouldn't have put like a heavy shooter aspect in a Final Fantasy game, just full stop. That's just me.
Yeah. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense, does it?
because it's supposed to be like a JRPG version of D&D that's all turn-based and fancy and shit. So like,
yeah, I mean, if you're gonna make an action-based game, that's fine.
What part of that says to me, so we make a shooter game? It doesn't. I'm looking for a fuck I could give you, but I'm fresh out, I'm afraid.
The song "I Have No More F's to Give" comes playing in the background.
Like I'm delving into a whole new like wine cellars of fucks, and it's empty. I have no more fucks.
It was a very weird time. Well, basically, let's just be real. The reason why they made that game was because Square Enix likes to make money. And more importantly, they like to make money by milking franchises that they know will make them money. So
In
7
the
is a good
stupidest
target.
conceivable way possible, it sounds like.
True, but that doesn't stop them from doing it. 7 is their most popular IP, so it makes sense that they're like, oh, hey, we have the PS2. Can we make more money on Final Fantasy 7? Let's do it. Why do you think they make crappy mobile games with Final Fantasy 7? Or try and interject Final Fantasy 7 into anything and everything they possibly can? Why do you think they made a remake? So
At least they didn't make their
money.
mobile a centerpiece of their presentation at E3. Cough, cough, Diablo, cough.
That is true, but they've definitely made some terrible cell phone games for Final Fantasy VII. Things like Last Order and a bunch of others. What's up, Tehillium? Have something to add?
Well, maybe they should try to remaster some of their older games.
They've done that sometimes.
No, not 7. Why not go all the way back to 1?
What do you think that this new Final Fantasy 1 Paradise Lost is? It's based in the Final Fantasy 1 universe. The main character has the default name for the one of the 4, children of light. His name is Jack. So he's the warrior of light, everybody. Congratulations, Chaos. I'm here to kill Chaos. I'm here to chew bubblegum and kill Chaos, and I'm all out of chaos. Yes, they'll go back to... They've done some actually good remakes of their old games. They remade 4, and it was really good. They remade Final Fantasy 3, and it was really good. I'm gonna kill Chaos, yes. Let's meme more memes of kill Chaos.
Good luck with that one.
I mean, the main villain for the demo and for the trailer is the main villain from Final Fantasy 1. So it's like, is this a remake of Final Fantasy 1? Or is it just a dark, edgy retelling? What the hell?
Or both. It's possible.
This basically has Nomura written all over it. Like, this was his idea in the break room. He was high on his own supply, and everybody clapped like seals and said yes. That's what I'm going for. That's what I believe happened.
Like, he should have drunk to the pitch meeting and just completely winged it, and people were like, yes.
Yes. He does that every day. There are actually videos of people making jokes about Nomura and some of his crazier ideas. And I tend to believe them as actual fact now, more so than fiction. I saw one video where they're all like, he's just smoking a joint of some kind or something. It's just a funny little video joke. He's smoking a joint, and he's like, I have a great idea. And then the one person in the office is like, oh no, Nomura has an idea. Quick, warn everybody in the office. Run for the hills. And then he's doomed. Yeah, pretty much. It's like, no, we can't let him do this. We have to warn everybody first. And then he just bursts into the room and it's like, here's my ideas. And everyone's like, oh God, not again. And I tend to believe that's kind of how it goes, because the man seems to be, like I said, high on his own goddamn supply of how great he thinks he is. This is a guy who was originally directing 15, and at one point after watching Les Mis thought that he would make Final Fantasy 15 a musical when it was already in production.
Like, I'm fascinated to see the musical version of that now, but like,
don't get me wrong. I mean, a musical Final Fantasy may have been a good idea, but keep in mind that 15 was already in production. So that kind of direction change would be really weird.
I guess it worked for Ocarina of Time. Why not?
I mean, okay, so there are some scenes like, I wouldn't say they're musicals in nature, but like Final Fantasy VI definitely has that opera scene that's, you know, powerful and impacting and is one of the best scenes in the game. So, okay, you maybe want to do a musical based in Final Fantasy. Okay, that could work if it was part of your original plan to begin with. It was not. You had other plans, and you were just like, "I'm freaking high. Let's do it." And everyone's probably at the office is just like, "Nomura, shut up. Stop what you're doing." Basically, his higher ups are like, "We're not doing that. Maybe next time."
But musical because reasons.
Anyway, yeah. But yeah. We were supposed to talk about Dirge of Cerberus, but I'd rather not talk about Dirge of Cerberus because I don't remember very much that happened in that game, just from crappy controls and a really weird story. You just wanted to tell a more edgy story because Vincent is the emo goth dude. Which, don't get me wrong, I like Vincent, but I already knew his sad and depressing story. I didn't need more of it with more edge and heavy metal. Crisis Core, also unneeded for Final Fantasy VII. Still going to say that. The game is fine, but I didn't need to know Zack's background and history, okay? Zack is supposed to be a sacrificial lamb. That's it. I don't need a background story to feel bad that he died in 7. Which is also the reason why in Final Fantasy VII's remake, he's not dead! For some reason, he's alive! He didn't get shot to death for whatever purpose or reason. Because she overstayed her welcome. Lightning overstayed her welcome. Nobody wanted her around anymore. And Square kept pushing her on everybody. So yeah, she overstayed her welcome. Yeah, the part of the issue with 13 probably was burnout. So, yeah, that probably definitely played a factor into the situation. Yes. Keep in mind that Final Fantasy XIII was the only mainline Final Fantasy game for the Xbox 360 and the PlayStation 3. You're welcome, by the way. Everybody get used to it. We did
Honestly,
get
at this point, I kind of wish they had gone with the musical plan.
Well, I mean, I guess 14 would have been a thing. 14 came out for the PlayStation 3 too, but or at least A Realm Reborn did. But the mainline games that weren't multiplayer or weren't spin-off games, just 13. That's all you get. Oh, and remasters of 10 and 10-2. And what was it? I think that the remaster for... Was there a remaster for 12 on the PS3? I can't remember. Anyway. An interesting proposition. By that he means it failed initially and then managed to recover. But Square will probably continue to suffer financial losses due to the massive blunder that game caused. Because they lost money, and a lot of it. Which I've already discussed.
They must feel so happy.
What?
They must feel so happy with losing all that money.
They lost money, but I mean, it is true that recently they did get a massive uptick in more players, so that might help. Who knows? Maybe if that continues to happen, maybe Final Fantasy XIV will help Square Enix to recoup more of their losses over the years. Keep in mind that this is a company that thought selling 1 million units was a failure. So, at one point, that's what they thought with like Tomb Raider when they published Tomb Raider. Yep. Okay. I don't care about talking about 14. Okay, so this is probably where in the video he goes on a complete tangent that actually does not address some of the issues, some of which we've been talking about throughout the stream, of what the actual problems and issues with Final Fantasy are. He's talking about high bar of entry. So what he's talking about is how much it costs to buy Final Fantasy games.
See also every other game that's a major like AAA game in existence.
Or just any new release in general. Any release game can cost you money.
Because pretty much every new video game with any degree of like actual effort put into it, it's gonna set you back probably $50. If not more. So yeah.
We need Tomb Raider remake from the past. Maybe. And hello, Demo. Nice of you to join us. Okay, so yeah, basically this will go into I'll go into basically hobbies. A lot of hobbies nowadays involve finances. And sometimes they are highly expensive. Unless you're incredibly careful and, budgeted, your hobby could cost you a lot of money, right?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure all of us here can attest to this and agree. Tehillium buys video games, he buys comic books. I'm pretty sure his wallet is hurting every single month.
Yes.
Is this true? Yes. Same for myself. I am no exception. I buy model kits. I buy video games. I buy toys and other assorted memorabilia, DVDs, movies. It eventually starts adding up, accumulating, and costing money. And video games themselves, like there aren't a whole lot of budget options out there unless...
Yeah, either you can spend a stupid amount of money on a PC that's actually worth a damn, or you can spend a stupid amount of money on consoles every time a new console comes out. These are basically your options in regards to video game playing. Either you can spend a fuck ton on PC, or you can spend a fuck ton on consoles. But pretty much, apart from like mobile games, these are your two options.
I do believe that there are budgeted options out there. There definitely is. Like my PC isn't exactly the highest rig ever.
But even then, bargain hunting and being clever with your purchases takes a high investiture of research and time, which is again another marginal cost there.
Well, yeah, I guess you got a point there.
If you have a hobby that you care about, you're going to spend either an inordinate amount of money, or an inordinate amount of time, or an inordinate amount of both being well invested in the hobby, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Then the breaks.
Yeah. And the thing is like when it comes to like budget and money, like if you're there, most of the modern consumerism is that if you don't buy it now, you'll miss out, right? So when it comes to video games, like, oh, you should buy this game like day one when it first comes out. If you're
And
that
spend
invested,
$70 on it usually.
yeah, 70, $60.
And that's not even counting all the DLC and all the upgrades and all the
Yeah.
patches and yada yada
Right.
mods and so
or
on.
whatever else they decide to slap on it, or if you decide to buy a collector's edition, which I've done before and hurt my wallet further. But I'm very selective with my collector's editions. The only collector's editions that I want are for very specific games that I actually genuinely love. Like the collector's edition for Trails of Cold Steel 4 that I recently got several months ago. I bought that because I wanted it. Because I wanted to I want to have all three games. And I bought Trails of Cold Steel 3's collector's edition used. Or, well, not used, but basically someone bought it but never opened it. So they sold a sealed copy, which I had to pay extra money for. But considering my absolute love for Falcom and Trails, I was willing to pony up that cash. But for most games that I buy, I do try and look for sales and deals when it's something that it's like, oh, I have interest in it, or I'm invested enough to want it, but I may wait until it goes on sale. So what's going on, Tavia? Hi there. How you doing? We're mainly discussing this Dreamcastguy video that's talking about the problem with Final Fantasy. Kind of going. What? Go ahead, Tilium.
I was going to say, good to see you, Tavia.
Yeah. But basically, we're kind of debunking some of his nonsense. Could you join us? Possibly. If you want to, give me a moment. Do I still have the link? That's my question. There he is. Okay, so yeah, it's still here. Okay, there you go, Tavia. If you want to join in, you're welcome to join us if you wish. But yeah, that's basically what we've been talking about and discussing. We've been discussing all the stuff that he gets wrong, and or the stuff that he doesn't discuss and talk about. Mainly because he's trying to make the interesting excuses of the quote-unquote problems. He's using quotations in his video. And not actually discussing the issues that a lot of the player base of Final Fantasy have with the newer Final Fantasy games.
Scare quotes, yeah.
Yeah. He's not really discussing the actual issues, he's just making up his own, which is kind of the issue I have with the video. Also, he's also kind of stupid. Which does not help. But, hello, David Rob. How are you? You're late? It's okay. It happens. You can always go back and watch the rest of the stream as we go on many random tangents.
To be fair, the first 20 minutes were just technical difficulties, so
this is true.
Didn't miss too much.
Yeah, just some technical difficulties, random nonsense. We've gone off on tangents talking about a few different things because we can and because I wanted to. Because you guys know me. I love to talk, and I haven't talked for so long. I guess I have a lot of things I want to talk about.
Yeah.
So you may have missed a lot. Yeah, I appreciate that. Always go back and watch the streams from beginning to end. Just put it on in the background and listen to the smooth sounds of my voice and have fun.
Or regret your life choices, whichever happens first.
Or what?
I said, or regret your life choices, whichever happens first.
That is also an option. You could regret your choice to listen to my voice for several hours. That is also a choice. Considering that everybody likes to make fun of the voice, so... Or not everyone, but
Well,
I always get
it's
funny
not that we
comments.
like making fun of your voice, it's that it doesn't really fit the rest of you. Because
Oh, I know.
your voice
I-
sounds like you are 19 perpetually, and yet you're in your like late 30s at this point, I believe.
Mid to late 30s, yeah. I'm an old man. I'm replaying Grandia. We'll put his background. That works. I heard Grandia is a good game. I've never played it before, but I've heard good things. I'm just trying to wait for Tevia to show up, but he hasn't come in yet, so he's probably setting up. So let's go back. You know what? For future streams, if I ever want to do this type of video again, I'm probably gonna have to do some tweaks and modifications. I am also turning a light on in here because it is dark and I cannot see. It's been cloudy all day, and the fact that it's turning 6 o'clock is not helping.
Oh, we thought you were a night owl.
Me, a night owl, never. Sometimes I'm up at least to midnight, but for the most part, I do not stay up much later than that. I normally Hey Tavia, how you doing? How are you?
Yes. Good. I'm doing good.
Good. Good to see you. How you been?
Good. Oh, I'm good. Speaking of which, today is Batman Day, so hi, Batman Day.
Uh-oh, we lost Dalton. What happened? Did you decide to peace out?
Was he abducted by the cat?
Well,
Possible.
yeah.
I'll get back soon. Dalton.
Yeah, Grandia is great. Too bad about 3.
And quite a lot of extreme hard on FPS2. From that game, Joker, what?
What?
Joker the voice actor on there. Huh. Wait, Mark Hamill Joker? Or Persona? You're getting confused.
The person's talking about a game called Grandia. It's an old Dreamcast and PS2 game.
Yeah.
And from what I've heard, the Dreamcast version is a better version. I don't know when first Grandia 2 came out for the Dreamcast and PS2, from what I remember. Let me check and see if Dalton. Where'd you go, Dalton? Maybe his phone died. I don't know.
Maybe.
If he comes back, he comes back. You guys can let me know. Okay.
Okay.
Um.
So what the topic I'm confused on Dreamcastguy video on Final Fantasy and its problems?
Yeah, that's basically what his video is supposed to be discussing. Is the quote-unquote problems with Final Fantasy as a franchise, or with what's been going on with some of the fan base being disenfranchised and stuff like that. But the entire thing of his video is that he's picking topics that have absolutely nothing to do with the people who've complained about the games. He doesn't use any of the actual arguments that people have had.
He's responding to the complaints that he wishes existed rather than actually addressing the ones that do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's basically what we've been talking about off and on for the last few hours. Ow.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I was going to get into this part because this is probably the part that was the most dishonest part of his entire video.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's talking about how much Final Fantasy 14 costs to play. And we're talking about
Nightwolf, you know you're not screen sharing, right?
I forgot.
Oops.
I forgot. Oopsie. But no, I really saw those.
Welcome back, Dalton, too.
I had to deal with the cat and also StreamYard was being done.
Yeah, it's okay. Okay. I know nobody can hear the audio for this, but it doesn't matter. Because we're discussing the points he's bringing up as I'm watching the video anyway, so.
Okay.
So don't worry if you can't hear anything, because nobody else can, only I can.
Yep. So we turned on the subtitles so that
some people can hear it. And of course the video
Moby says.
And for full context, if you don't want to believe anything that I'm saying or talking about here about his video, the original video is linked in the description, so feel free if you want to torture yourself for 24 minutes, like I have, at least watching this video at least 3 times,
Oh dear.
or more, to cover these topics. Feel free to. And you can even, hey, if you want to, you could even discuss about what you think he got wrong in his own video. I'm just discussing what I find to have issues with his video.
Mm-hmm.
But, so, the cost of entry for Final Fantasy XIV. This is an MMO.
Yeah.
So, these are always going to cost more money because you're going to have to pay for a subscription.
Expect for the expansions.
Yeah, you'll have to pay for the expansions. For 14, there is a free version of it up to a point, and then you have to pay for the subscription service, which is
I know I've put it on PS4, but here's the thing: I can play that game, but they wouldn't let me. Plus, apparently, the Square's account and nonsense. I just said, "Fuck it," I couldn't play this. I just gave up, so I just gave.
Yeah, 14 does have a little bit of an issue with logging into the accounts and whatnot. I kind of wish they would update it to make it a bit more accessible, but they don't. But it's not the worst thing so long as you remember your password and you use your email properly. It's fine, but you know.
Guys, I'm gonna have to dip out because it's almost 9, or actually it's a little after 9:30 here, and
Okay.
I need to get food at some point.
Yeah, that's fine.
No problems. You take care.
I'll keep going, although I probably should get food too, but I'm apparently a glutton for punishment, so I'm gonna stick this one out till the end.
Yeah, you finish it, Nightwolf, but I need food, so
Yeah, you go ahead, man. We'll see you
cheers,
later.
guys.
So, yeah, let's go. Yeah, months and years.
That's why I ain't for month to my $15 fee. Now I've been talking about 8 months.
Yeah.
So wait. So $50 a month plus 8, or times 8. What it says if one of my basic math.
Yeah, you would have to times 8.
Yeah.
$15 a month times 8. Actually, let's do one better. Considering that if you're a dedicated fan, you're gonna play it all year round. So let's get
12 months.
I'll whip out my calculator. So
$108.
15 times 12 months. That would come out to about $180.
Yeah, $180 a month.
No, it'd be
$180
a year. So it would be kind of pricey over the course of a year. I'm shocked they didn't put Grandia Extreme.
8 months is $135.
Yeah. Give or take, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah. PS2. As well as wish they had the collection. They're still talking about Grandia in the comments. I can't add to that because I don't know enough about Grandia.
I don't play Grandia.
Yeah, I've never played very much of I've never played Grandia, so I can't add to your conversation. But I appreciate you guys talking about it because, you know, talk about stuff in the comments. Yep. Make any type of comment you want. Yeah.
It can be a little more casual. I think the bad people.
Sorry.
People what? You know, like the fact that in the past, when you bought a game, you had that experience. And they give me every cycle, every old one, and every trope.
Yeah, go ahead.
He's not entirely wrong, though. Every 10, you are able to buy every game and then to get everything at the end of the game is that.
Yeah, it's a complete experience. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm actually all for that. I'm more fan of complete experience than bullshit because I'm not paying for a game interval. I show that bullshit. Like that's what makes me watch every games. They always do that every single time. Like not the entire games. Like fuck it. Yeah. Like you have to pay that money. But that doesn't doesn't make any sense because if I buy the game already, why when you pay my video?
Yeah, it can be frustrating at times.
Yeah.
That's for sure. But saying that there are more casual Final Fantasy fans.
Bullshit.
Yeah, it's like I like playing 14, but I don't like playing it enough to spend money on it right now.
I don't play 14 period. Try it
Yeah.
once and I just gave up. So
Yeah.
fuck it.
Yeah,
The only MMO I played, sorry to interrupt, but the only MMO I played for the past decade was World Tour, and that's about it. World of Warcraft got so bored to the point.
Yeah,
This is boring. I'm done.
Yeah, but saying that that MMO games are not a complete experience. An MMO game is completely different from the mainline Final Fantasy games.
Yeah.
So that's not the issue. From what it sounds like for a lot of fans, the issues that they have come from a lot of the more mainline Final Fantasy games that come out. It has nothing to do with 14.
Yeah, 14 is its own separate beast.
It's its own separate beast. And from what I understand from most of what I've heard of the community, no one has any major issues with 14. Those who play it love it, and they absolutely adore it. Even the people from World of Warcraft who mass exited out of Blizzard's game and moved to 14 are having the same fun and enjoyment that long-term fans have been having. So 14 is not part of the equation when you're putting budget into the equation. Considering he's talking about bar of entry and how much it costs to buy games. Because every game costs money. And and here's a point I was going to make while considering he's talking about the cost of games. Games have always cost a lot of money. No matter what console generation.
$60 or $70, which is ridiculous and stupid.
Well, $60 and $70 now, yes. But even back during the NES, the SNES, the
GameCube, PS2,
all of them. All of them ran about between $50 and $60 each.
I think it was $50 back in the day. It's $50 back in the day for PS3. Then it went to $60 with PS4.
Cost for PS3 games was $60. PS2 and PS1, I think, were about $50 each.
50, yeah. PS1,
so
PS2,
it was a little
50.
cheaper, but with like things like inflation and whatnot, it was still a lot of money back when those consoles and systems came out. $50 is not cheap.
And Xbox were like 50 or 20 or 40.
Yeah, while, because the thing is that as games get older, they become cheaper, at least for a time. And here's the one thing, especially for Final Fantasy games, they all become incredibly cheap, especially if they're more modern games. Because I guarantee you that I could go out and I can find Final Fantasy X, not just its HD remaster, but an original copy from the PS2, for probably about $10, because it's that common.
If you have a PS2 console, because PS3, I don't play PS2 games.
I mean, I have a PS2 because my PS3 can't play PS2 games, and I still have some in my collection. I actually have the original Final Fantasy X, which was given to me by a friend, but it was a greatest hits version, which cost $20.
Yep.
Which is another form of entry for like, oh, hey, you can't spend $60. Wait a year or so. Boom, you can get the game for $20. Kingdom Hearts actually recently got dropped to $20 now.
Yeah.
For retail. You can buy Kingdom Hearts 3 for $20. It's not, and it's been out for what? Only like about a couple years now?
I think it came out
not last year.
2018 came out.
Yeah, it came out about 2 years ago. And you can buy it for $20 now.
Yep.
And Final Fantasy games are not rare or hard to find unless they're incredibly old.
like the SNES version incredibly old, and you probably find no one to SNES console.
NES
are now gone, so
yeah.
that sucks.
Yeah, NES and SNES versions of Final Fantasy would be pricey to get.
Yeah.
Now,
PS1 games.
No,
Maybe?
they're common as hell. You can buy Final Fantasy VII for dirt cheap for the PlayStation 1 if you want. Not to mention that you could also buy it on every single.
You got the Epic One be on pre-in store. Well, not Epic. I'm saying FF7, the original FF7 on pre-in store.
Yeah. Yeah.
Some people think the making NES and SNES game were cheaper, but at the time they were quite expensive to make. They didn't have the same tools we have today. Everything in some way. True.
Yeah, David is absolutely correct. It was a lot different back then. It was not cheap to make games. It's cheaper now than it was in the past, but it's still it can be a cheaper hobby if you choose to let it.
Yeah.
Last one me was 10. Tried to get into 12, but it ended up kind of leaving me cold turkey. And it's a downhill spiral
from there.
Yeah.
12, I tried getting into. The comments are annoying. Like, what the fuck? I don't know what I'm doing. No, I'm done. I just banned ship.
The combat system is
10 is my favorite ever game ever. Next to, well, 9 is okay.
Yeah. A lot of people really love 9. You know, some people really love 9. Some people really love 7 or 6. Some people really love 8. Yeah. My brother's favorite Final Fantasy game is 8. Mine isn't. I mean, I don't hate 8 because it was the first one I played, but it's not my favorite either. My favorite is a spin-off game. So my favorite is Final Fantasy Tactics, but because it's that good of a game. I think it's even better than 7. I said it. Fight me. I dare you. Try and tell me that Tactics isn't better than 8 or than 7. Try it. I dare you. I am kind of trolling on that one, but yeah, I actually think that Tactics is better. Yes, it is amazing. It's a great game. Great story, great characters, fun combat.
Yep.
And fun ways to cheat the system on the original PlayStation 1. You really want to be a real dick and be able to one-shot all the bosses? Just go run around and max out your level to 99. And get all the skills and jobs and stuff, and then just go in and like, okay, yep, you're gonna get nuked from orbit now because I'm broken now. Because that's what I did with Tactics. Actually, I never fully finished Tactics because I basically killed all the fun when I overleveled myself. That kind of ruined a bit of the fun because it's like I maxed out my main party to 99 and I unlocked all the jobs. I had most of the skills for every single job. So yeah, it kind of made it a little bit too easy and not nearly as fun. Although the one thing I was trying to do was max out Cloud, who was a secret character in the game, which was fun. I tried maxing him out, but I never finished. And then I stopped playing. But the story from that point was really good. I just never fully finished it. Anyway, back to him talking about the bar of entry. Yes.
See, everything ever 7, 8, 9, only 2, 3, each video game would complete contain of what?
Sorry, I paused the video.
Alright.
Yeah, it's okay. Basically, he's saying that all of the games were completed at the time.
Okay. On the disc, on credit, or however you buy it now.
Crap, video. Darn it.
Stupid ad. Skip it. It's from Albion. It's going to change. You're going to try a bigger world. More you're trying to do more cycle and more exploration. I understand that the pay model is going to change.
Yeah. So he's talking about the fact that the pay model has changed. But here's the thing. That's not the issue with Final Fantasy games.
That's not an issue at all. I feel like I think he's missing the point.
Yeah. If he actually did some research and actually looked at, watched videos of people who said, I don't like this game, nowhere in it does it talk about the price. Not anywhere does the people talk about the budget. Like, hey, I played Final Fantasy 15 when it was released. Of course, I rented it. I didn't buy it because I didn't trust Square at the time. Because I didn't trust them at the time.
Despite all the criticisms.
Yeah. But I played it for like about a week and lost interest.
I beat that game. I think it's kind of fun.
Yeah, some people thought 15 was actually relatively fun. Keep in mind, 15 was incomplete when it was initially released.
True. It wasn't proper anything it finished, Woody.
Its story wasn't finished.
That's true, because you had to play through the some of the additional side stories covering
the DLC
came out way later than the previous three. Then you had one covering Noctis's sort of like support friends.
Yep.
And but the villain. It covered the villain backstory.
Yeah, when you got into like Final Fantasy Royal or 15
then there
Royal
was
Edition.
Like the comrades section, which felt like had nothing at all to do with the story.
Comrade felt like a multiplayer add-on. A multiplayer add-on pack.
Well, no, it did add something, because if you played 15's vanilla version, the party gets separated for a time, and then when they re-meet up, things have changed. The characters are different. All the main party. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, like the big burly dude. I can never remember his name. He has more scars now than he did initially. Now there's lightning and thunder in my house going on. Fun. This will be interesting. So people get to hear the rumblings of the weather outside. But yeah.
I tried playing through the comrade side of thing. It just bored me. I enjoyed the other story content.
Yeah.
I still got to finish the Arden story.
Yeah.
But the other characters, like within the story that you got to follow through, I really liked.
Same.
Yes, it does. It's nice and rumbly here. It's the rumble pack of nature. But yeah,
the very backstory is also very tragic and very interesting.
Yeah, I never went back to it after the expansions and DLC stuff. I didn't go back to it. I never bothered to play it again or buy it because I was so just uninterested in it from the very beginning. It didn't feel like very much of a Final Fantasy game, and I just got bored way too goddamn easily. It's like, oh hey, I can drive around the world in my overly expensive fancy vehicle. And nothing is really happening. It's just blank deserts and shit. Random
by the cops.
Yeah, there's barely any traffic in the world. Like, where are all the other cars? Are there other cars?
One of the only
foreign vehicle actually flying in the air thanks to the Empire.
Yeah.
One of the only fun things in that was probably the chocobos over the car.
It's like, screw the car. That's actually
the car can fly.
The car can. Yes, the car can eventually fly. I'm yay! That's what I wanted. The boring car that basically I wasn't even fully allowed to control half the time. It can fly now. Yippee! Yes. I'd rather ride the chocobo. Screw you, Square. And one of my
you got a boat.
Yeah. The biggest issue I had with 15, especially when it came to traveling, is that nothing was freaking happening in the car. You don't get attacked by monsters when you're in the vehicle, so you're safe, which would be fine if the characters actually did something while they're driving. but
the
they
only
don't.
time that sort of happened that I actually noticed was when you were sort of like driving at night. That was the only time it sort of occurred.
Yeah, where basically
the
you're
rest of the story, a lot of it is just friggin' daylight driving.
yeah, you're not allowed to do much of anything in the game unless the game tells you to. Like your what is his name? Ignis, the guy with the glasses. He tells you that you cannot. Like if it's like, oh, it's late, we need to either camp or go drive to a hotel. We can't stay out at night. I'm like, why not? Maybe I want to explore at night. He's like, the monsters are extra dangerous there. I'm like, okay, is that any excuse to maybe? And also, if you try to drive the car off the beaten path when you're allowed to drive, he gets pissed off at you for doing so. I'm like, maybe I want to go off-roading, you asshole. It's boring on this road. I want something to happen. At least in other Final Fantasy games, when I got an airship or some type of vehicle, there was a random encounter of a monster trying to eat me.
Yes.
At least there was something happening while I was driving.
Oh, so we take them on instead of going medieval again. I much rather see making that FF look more like the Greek going. Instead, on DLC had in some kind of big story parts. On DLC did have big story parts. That part is legit. Because that's a major plot point that it's way more backstory, how he became a dark god, how he became this corrupt. It's very, very interesting about on DLC.
Yeah. And
Ignis was too much of an overprotective mother-father figure.
Yeah, basically he was your den mother.
Time to time.
He was your killjoy.
He was really great. His DLC was super interesting.
Yeah, I think it was also Ignis as well, with his character. He did also help you sort of like train in the area of combat.
Yeah, he did.
That was like another good thing that he did help you with. But when it came to his fatherly, motherly duties, some of it just was
Sawed
not
off.
necessary.
I thought you were my friend, not my den mother, you asshole.
Well,
like the other two were a little bit more exciting in that area than him.
Not by much. Prompto's story is kind of not great. I actually know his origin because I actually watched the Brotherhood anime. And I'm like, really? This is how they became friends? And why?
I did not watch the anime because the anime meant nothing. I did not know the anime was important.
It gives you background story of how they all became friends because you can't be bothered to tell us that in the game. Instead, you have to watch a short anime series in order to fully understand how they all became besties.
Also, there's also a
Gladiolus
anime movie. Yeah. It's a CGI movie that was in theaters, and I watched it. I did watch the video 2 years ago when that thing came up on Hulu, and that movie was very interesting. When it backstory how the king died, and how she escaped.
I could not be given two craps about Noctis's dad.
Yeah.
The thing is like, okay.
is also a good character too. He was sort of like almost sort of berserker of the game, but still had some sense of humor.
There's definitely potential for the characters that are there. The problem is that okay, I used it in my original Final Fantasy 15 video when I discussed the game and why I didn't like it. Nothing happens while you're driving. The characters rarely interact or say anything. It's like a nice, cool, chill, relax drive. It's like the worst. It's like a family road trip, but everybody's mute and doesn't say anything, which is really weird considering that you are all best friends. And road trips that I have ever been on with friends, with family, nobody is quiet in the car for that long. Not one. It is not realistic at all to what would actually be happening. If I was with my friends and we were sitting in the car and we're driving, we're going to be chatting up a storm. We're going to be talking about things. Whatever's been going on in our life.
Talk about what's happening in new times.
Yeah. How's it
Speaking
going?
Sit down, Mommy. What is that annoying? Speaking down, Mommy. One that annoying everything is that the main antagonist, besides Orange, the good villain, I do like that villain, but besides him, the other antagonist, the Empire, I didn't know what the motivation were. I felt confused. Like, wait,
Yeah.
why would they attack the other nation? Why were they power hungry? What's going on? I'm confused. Like, all I guys I hate motivation. He hates big knock the button on. That movie I got, but the other villains, not so much. The other villains that didn't get their motivation at all.
Yeah, and the one thing that I mentioned, because you could play like the other JRPGs, like the Tales of games,
Or Persona.
Or Persona, where and Tales in particular, because there are always those long gaps when you're playing a JRPG where you're roaming around and nothing is really happening. You're just fighting monsters. It's like, well, it's nice to break off the monotony with maybe some character moments, or the characters interacting or talking to each other, especially if they're allies or they're getting along or they're best buddies. You kind of want them to interact. And in the Tales games, they have skits where the characters interact and constantly talk to each other, even in random intervals. Like, you could be wandering through the field and the characters are like, hey, we want to talk about a random thing that we saw, or a random moment. What was it? I remember playing Tales of Xillia, and one of the skits involved, what was it, Mila talking to Jude about books, because she liked to read human books, considering that she considers herself a deity. And she's talking about human literature from a deity perspective, which is kind of funny. And she ends up talking about naughty books. You know, she talks about, naughty periodicals about human procreation and crap. I'm like, where did this conversation come from? It's hilarious. It's fun. It's engaging me in a.
So you can go to the Persona franchise.
The Persona games.
I love these games.
Persona games allow you to interact with characters, or the characters talk during dungeons and whatnot, at least.
Yep.
They say, at least it's entertaining. The Trails games are the same thing. The characters interact and talk all the time with one another in some form or fashion. Either through intermittent
stories. So like Monster Story 2, that I had to play that game. I didn't get to be in a void, I'm gonna have time. But I do go play more Monster Story 2. That game is a great RPG in my opinion. And tons of fun.
I'm sorry, which RPG?
Monster Stories 2.
Oh.
Okay, you're confused. Hang on. I'll wait. I will screen share it. Hang on.
Yeah, if you can find it, that's fine. Thank you.
Yeah, I can find it.
What's this?
Found it.
Oh, Monster Hunter Stories too. Oh, okay. Yeah, I get you. Okay, yeah. Those I've not played it, but I've heard good things.
I played it. It's actually really good. It's a family RPG or family Monster Hunter. It's a game for you.
Yeah.
Granted, I'm not into Monster, but I played this game, and this game actually was great. It's a good RPG.
Yeah.
The story is very fascinating. It's a good story. And it does go into something that I want to monitor the franchise about how these characters actually enjoy these monsters. But unlike Bitty could do it, or hunters, you bring the lighter. And that is a very cool concept. I love the concept.
Yeah. Okay, let's go back to Dreamcastguy's video talking about payments and whatnot. Yeah.
We're disconnected when this series had ended up all come down to ever 15. What? I'm pretty big fan of this game because
The discontent for Final Fantasy currently with a lot of the older player base and with a lot of
bullshit.
It's not. It's 13. 13 is where it started, not with 15. Now, a lot of people like 15. Me personally, I don't care for it that much. I mean, I haven't gone back to revisit it. I have no real desire to. But if some people dig the game and dig the story, then it's obviously garnered some form of fan base. And at least in that regard, it earned it. Because, in other words, there's something here that either I'm just not getting or I'm not enjoying about it, which is just me. But 15 definitely has a lot more potential and has not overstayed its welcome, opposed to 13, which is what we talked about earlier. It didn't overstay its welcome.
13, unfortunately, did overstay its welcome because the story got so confusing with its final entry. But the first part I thought in the story, I got kind of confused. But I understood the habit. I need to be aware at that time, but I did want to be digging when I got beat it. 13-2, there was time travel, but fine. I can have time travel to make the time travel could be.
It doesn't work because it's like, considering it involves jumping to everybody's other timeline and saving their timeline, what's the point of saving everyone else's timeline if it's not your timeline?
But then it ends basically with the god is dying thanks to the villain actually winning, sort of, kind of.
But to me, 15 is just more symptoms of Square's attempt to
modernize Final Fantasy.
It's not modernize. I'm not going to say that because there are other modern JRPGs out there that do not follow their business model or strategy. What has happened is that Square has gone down the road of appeasing the simplest player base.
Common denominator.
The common denominator players, the casual players. That's what their target is. That's why 15 is the way that it is. It's why it's an action-based combat system. It's a
bad idea. In theory, I'll go for it. Look,
in theory, it's not a bad idea because here's the thing, and even Sony themselves know this, which is why they've moved their offices here to North America. Console gaming is predominantly here. In the US, in the UK, it is not in Japan. So, if they make a Final Fantasy game, and their attempt is to try and sell it to as many people as possible, they need to conform it to the most bare-bone basic paint-by-number stuff that will guarantee them money. 15 is basically that experiment and test ground in fruition. It is nothing but the basics of what would be the most generic, simple, action-based, slight RPG that you could buy for modern consoles. That's what 15 is. But basically, they took the concepts of things like probably The Witcher, Mass Effect, or some of those other games, and they applied it to 15.
Here's the thing. I'm sorry to interrupt, but for Mass Effect, that's kind of different subject altogether. That's EA bullshit.
I'm more or less referring to things like action combat and making a world that doesn't really, would be more akin to a more Western sensibility, because the world of 15 doesn't really look very much like a Final Fantasy game. If you look at it,
open world game.
Open world is fine, but does it look like Final Fantasy from like all of its past? If you look at Final Fantasy 14 and look at its world and compare it to 15's world, does 15 look like a Final, or 7 or any of them? Does it look like a Final Fantasy world? No, it actually looks like kind of like this, an offshoot of LA or a modern city. And modern cities are not a bad thing in Final Fantasy. But think about it. 7 is steampunk or grunge. It looks like Gotham from the 90s cartoon. It looks old, lived in, outdated. Things are falling apart in the cities and whatnot. You can tell.
Even the remake got that right.
Even the remake kind of has it right, but also kind of has things in it that kind of break that immersion. Like in particular, Midgard being able to see in the daylight.
I think that was cool. I do like that.
Being able to, considering that we're talking about you're in the lower plate sectors, Sector 7, in the slums, you shouldn't be seeing any sunlight at all. Because the main upper towers block it. That's why it's so dark and dirty in the original. Because you can't see the light. There is no sunshine. Because the top area of Midgard is a giant city on top of a lower city. You can't see anything. There's no light. There's very little sunshine that comes through. There's some in some areas, but for the most part, the entire slum is dark because it's blocked off from sunlight. 10's world or 12's, any of the Final Fantasy worlds has a very strong fantasy or unrealistic aesthetic going on.
Yeah.
Like, we would not see...
10 dealt with water, but the 10 dealt with spear and
they went with a lot of islands and island-themed stuff, but very fantasy-esque islands that you would not see in real world. This, 15, is pretty much the real world, just slightly modified to be slightly futuristic or slightly fantasy. Because it's not a real world, or it's not our real world. But, because I remember, when I traveled by car to one of the first city locations, it looked like a port, or one of them looked like I was stepping into, like, either Miami, Florida, or LA. Mm-hmm. That's what it kind of looked like. It had that kind of LA looking
aesthetic. Mean the one, I think it's the one that deals with like the fancy boats and shit?
It's the first time. I think it's the first time you meet Arden.
Yeah, that's the first time you meet Arden. When you
it has palm trees. It looks very shiny and brand new.
Yep, it's the boat.
Yeah. And then the next town that I think that I remembered visiting, it looked kind of like a port town. It was a port town. But it looked like modern Greece.
Knocked his wife before she dies.
Not that one. It was where you met one of Noctis's other childhood friends. The other girl. But it looked like kind of like a Greek port town. But it looked very Greek. It did not really look very much like, oh, hey, look, this is a fantasy world you're in. So it's really hard to look at it. So obviously they did that design aesthetic to cater to Western audiences more so than Japanese audiences. Because if they wanted to cater to Japanese fans and whatnot, they would have probably made a more fantasy-based setting.
Yeah.
I mean, with Final Fantasy 16, it looks like they're doing basically...
They're going back to medieval. It's going back to medieval.
They're going back to full medieval, and basically, from what I've seen and whatnot, it looks like a cheap discount version of The Witcher. But my personal opinion, I feel it looks a bit like The Witcher. Too much.
I think it was fine. I think it was bad for me. The graphics were so beautiful. I'm looking forward to 16. It's gonna be amazing.
I think it'll be a really weird departure, considering that it's going to be an M-rated game, which will also affect its sales.
Badass. Yeah.
It might be badass, but it's going to affect its sales in the long run. Because mature-rated games do not sell as well as teen-rated games do. And for Square...
God of War, so gangbusters, 2020 God of War. So gangbusters. I'm not going to admit it.
Okay, let me explain it this way. While there are several mature-rated video games that sell exceedingly well, The demographic, there is still limitation to that. While GTA can like sell billions of copies and make a lot of money,
Thanks,
problem-
GTA Online. Thanks.
the issue is, because keep in mind we're keeping this in context of Final Fantasy.
Gotcha.
Taking the departure and route of making it a mature rated title opposed to a teen rated title is going to affect their bottom line, because while mature rated games do sell, and that a lot of them sell pretty well, there is still a bar of entry for that, meaning that you need to be 18 years of age or older to play. And yes, I know people are going to say, well, there's a bunch of kids who play Call of Duty and Halo and GTA that are underage. I'm like, yes,
Battlefield.
but that means that their parents had to buy it. Not so much that the kids managed to find a way to buy it themselves. More often than not, their parents had to buy it for them because their parents don't give a shit.
I played Doom. I played Doom as when I was a kid. Well, yeah.
It depends. I mean, I played. My brother played like Resident Evil and whatnot back when we were teenagers. Obviously, we weren't supposed to have it, but of course, he borrowed it from a friend. So there's that. But the thing is that for 15 or for Final Fantasy and Square, I wouldn't say that it'll create a failure for 16, but it's a gamble. I don't know if it'll pay off or not. Considering that
it paid off. It really do, but I wanted it to succeed.
It could succeed. I'm not saying it won't. It could end up being the best game they've made in years. I'm not saying that it won't yet. But going down that darker path and that darker route, considering that some fans have already written it off as basically their desperate attempt of copying The Witcher, that's not a good sign when we're already drawing comparisons to The Witcher, which is one of the more popular, action-based role-playing games that have come out in recent years. If everyone's already thinking, oh, this is just going to be The Witcher's redheaded stepchild, that's not good for you, considering that everyone's already thinking that this might just be a worse version of that. So, yeah, it's a risk. I'm not going to say if it's going to fail, Square. It's a risk. Will it pay off?
I think it's a good thing because it's by bold credit choice. It's a gamble.
It's a gamble. I don't know if the gamble will pay off for them. That's the one thing I'm concerned with. Considering how they've executed games in the past, Final Fantasy VII's remake, 15, 14.
Remake is awesome. I love FF7 remake. That game is amazing.
I hate that game. And I've only played the demo, and I hate it with a burning passion. I hate Square Enix on a lot of things, mainly just on principle. For some of their incredibly insane and stupid decision making.
What the Avengers game?
7's remake, which I've discussed in videos more than once, was a terrible idea brought on by Nomura and his friends who were basically high on their own goddamn supply again. I don't like the fact that they decided to, instead of giving the fans what they requested for probably over a decade of remaking 7, which I know they'd have to rebuild most of it from the ground up. I get that. Which they did. But what the fans were asking for was a retelling of the original story, which is not what the remake is. That is not what was given to us. It was a lie. Square baited everybody, and everybody bought into it. Or at least the ones that were stupid enough, like myself, to believe that they might actually make something that they intended, that they promised us. That was my mistake. I won't be making it again. 7's remake is... Well, because here's the thing. I thought the goal and objective for the 7 remake was to bring new fans in. Right? That should have been the goal. To bring new fans in and cater to the old fans. This game cannot do that now. On principle, it cannot do that. Because in order to play Final Fantasy VII Remake, you will need to have played the original. Because of all the new bullshit continuity that they made, the Spectre creatures, the fact that Sephiroth shows up at the end of this game, fighting fate and destiny and shit like that, now everybody's confused. Anybody who was a new fan who had never played the original now doesn't have a goddamn clue of what's happening.
They broke basically time and space.
Yeah, which was never in the original. Doesn't make a damn bit of sense. Well, I mean, they broke time and space probably at some point, but that doesn't happen until near the end of the game when Sephiroth attains godhood powers. Okay? There was some weird...
That's actually from Advent Children, apparently.
Yeah, basically they decided, oh, hey, let's do Advent Children and the original and mesh them all together along with Dirge of Cerberus and everything else as we possibly can.
The Dirge connection, I didn't connect that at all because, wait, what? Well, that didn't connect it because they don't make anything.
Yeah, they're connecting things like Crisis Core, Dirge of Cerberus.
Crisis Core, I understood that part, but then the Zack, because Zack actually made an appearance in this remake.
And it was unneeded. Zack was unneeded for... Crisis Core was just, in my opinion, wasn't needed. Zack...
I love Crisis Core. I played a very good game. I've been super underrated.
I think that, well, from what I've heard, it's a good game. The problem is that we didn't need Zack's background story. It's kind of unneeded. Because it was all told in the original. His point and his entire existence was already explained in the original game. He was there to die. So they gave Cloud...
He did die in Crisis Core. Very brutally.
Well, yes, but the thing is that there was other parts to Crisis Core that were unneeded, like other characters and antagonists and villains and things of that nature.
I know stuff about Crisis Core. I know another character about Crisis Core who would say stuff on Twitter, sort of.
I just think that going back and making games like that just convolutes the main point of a Final Fantasy game. Because the main point of a Final Fantasy game is it's supposed to be one contained plot and story. You don't need to go back and play a bunch of other games to get more lore and stuff. I mean, Square obviously does that because it makes them more money. I get it. I understand that. However,
FF16 I said to War Fantasy, it can give a fund and such, and I felt like that was pretty accurate. Okay. I just reloaded front page for FF14.
I just reloaded YouTube.
Wait, what is 16?
FF16's going to... Oh, he reloaded YouTube's front page, and the first thing the video is named, Final Fantasy 16 is going to suck. Still think Sephiroth
that's not
kind of
gonna happen. Sephiroth kind of stole Ultra Mecha idea. Who? Ultra Mecha? I know who it is.
I don't know. I've never heard that character's name before.
Yeah, Sephiroth I know, but Ultra Mecha, I know who it is.
But yeah, like I was mentioning earlier, Square has made it a habit to cater to Western fan bases and just the Western fan base as a whole. That's also why Final Fantasy VII's remake is the way that it is now. Zack surviving and whatnot.
If he actually does return.
He survived, even if they say it's an alternate timeline. He survived. They did that so that they could pair Aerith and him together and them have a happy ending, which was not the point of either of their deaths. I am sorry to disappoint all the diehard shippers and fanboys out there who love to see these characters together. It was not meant to be. Sometimes in storytelling, or just in life in general, bad things happen and they are unavoidable. Death is
the thing. But exactly alive in that timeline, won't that affect the present? But then the present
You see what I mean? It causes a convoluted plot that is unneeded for 7. That's the issue that I have, or one of the many issues. The fact that Biggs and Wedge survive. Jesse's probably still alive.
Jesse is dead. We saw.
They say that, but if Biggs and Wedge survived the crash of the Sector 7 plate, she's probably alive too. I am sorry to say this. I would not be surprised if she shows up in part 2.
I think Wedge died as well because we saw him.
He did not. He didn't die when he was supposed to. And the race prevented his death. And, well, he probably survived that too. Because, hey, if Biggs survived, Wedge is probably alive too. And Jesse, which defeats the entire purpose of their sacrifice after the Sector 7's plate collapses. It ruins their sacrifices and cheapens them to no end. Because apparently, fanboys getting their ships and seeing their favorite characters alive and well is more goddamn important to the directors than actually telling the original story and watching those characters suffer from losses.
Who knows? If they do come back, then wait, what? That would confuse me, but whatever. If they're dead,
we already saw Biggs. They already showed Biggs in some of the footage of him being treated, and he's already alive. Which leads to the speculation that Wedge and Jesse didn't die either. Because if he could have survived the plate crash, why couldn't anybody else? Considering that Aerith helped evacuate everyone out of Sector 7.
Mm-hmm.
Which, once again, kind of defeats the point of losing the entire area of Sector 7. Oh, the plate crashed! Yeah, but everyone's still alive. Shinra didn't do anything but collateral damage. They didn't even kill a single goddamn soul. They just broke a part of the city. That's it. What's the point in that? Where is
I think there was a casualty, and some people didn't make it out because we did see the nut burn to the ground.
Yeah, some people maybe didn't survive. I don't know. But from what I can tell, if Aerith managed to evacuate everybody, which was not something that she did in the original game, because mostly everybody in Sector 7 dies. When the plate crashes, everybody dies. The only ones who don't die are your party members.
Yeah, Cloud, Good, Aerith, Tifa,
and Marlene. That's it.
Marlene.
They are the only survivors.
I'm glad Marlene survived.
Yeah, they're the only survivors of the plate crash. And that's for a good reason. It's supposed to show the sacrifices that they made and the losses that they suffer. The thing is that
consequences. Actions have consequences because
that
remember,
too, yeah. Well,
technically, they Shinra blew it up. They blew it themselves.
Yes. Yeah, but one of the main themes that the director of the original 7 talked about was loss because he had lost his mother recently during the time of the development of the game. So he made loss a very pivotal and important part of the game's story. This remake completely decides to spit on that and decides instead everybody lives and gets to see another day and another sunrise. Why? Why does that need to be the case? Is there a point to that? You just want happy endings, which, like I said, is probably to appease the stupid fanboys here in America who like to ship characters together. More than
anything. Fall shippers because it's nonsense.
Yeah. Anyway.
Anyways.
This was a very large tangent that we went off of.
Yeah. I'm gonna review Love 7 remake. Yeah, in my opinion. If
you enjoy it, that's fine.
Yep. I've been really showing cars with the other kids. Arden, but it's an idea. I must say, I love this game. I know a lot of fans definitely enjoyed it. I feel like I was fitting with the first game that did kind of disrespect the play itself. Wait, what? What does that mean?
Let's.
Your current game, like one thing that you buy on scope FFs. I say pick the one that one. It was totally done. I think it was done in the patches.
I think he's referring to DLC stuff.
Oh, that.
Or the fact that the game is incomplete. Because 15 is was incomplete and still technically is because they still couldn't finish the story entirely. The last
The last
DLC
DLC never came out. So just screw it. Order with the last DLC we got.
Well, the last DLC that they had planned apparently for 15 was never finished because the director moved on to other things. So they had to end it.
That's fine. You want to move on? That's cool. Let him move on.
He left the company to work on other games, and particularly mobile games.
Oh, fuck! God damn it!
Which is not that big of a surprise considering it's Japan. A lot of the companies are focusing on mobile games now.
This is the last thing I want. I don't want we're going to affect particularly our game. That's a bad idea. Oh, chocobos! Tiny, look. Chocobos. You're trying to restore and you're going to control the hell and after them when they.
That's an understatement. That you know it's missing large chunks of the story. That's an understatement. The game was not finished, and to top all that off, they decided that in order to expand and understand what the hell is going on, you have to watch a movie, an anime, and a bunch of and do the supplementary material in order to tell a cohesive story, which is bad storytelling.
True. The movie itself, I watched that movie. And even though I felt confused, like, wait, what? Wait.
The movie might be fine, but it's like when you buy a video game for $60, you expect that the game's story is going to be from point A to point B, and it will do its best to explain everything down the road in some form or fashion, which this game does not do.
Yeah.
How can I be in
supplemental material to figure out what's going on?
Yeah. Which is one of Final Fantasy's, or at least the modern games' biggest issues. They don't, or at least especially with 15 and 13, they did the same things. Supplemental reading is what material is what you need in order to understand what the hell is going on. Because it can't be bothered.
Supplemental material. I didn't know there was supplemental material. I got the game. I rented it from Game Boy, and
at least the supplemental material was in the game.
Yeah,
it was in the data log. At least you didn't have to go and buy something else to understand it. At least, or watch something else. So at least there's that.
Yeah. The game was out, but then we're trying to start to reach this paid DLC when you play as side characters like Prompto and all these other people. Ignorance and like you guys were good, and the side stories were surprisingly fun. He's not wrong, but the side stories were fun.
They might have been more fun. I've never played them, so.
I did. It'd be awesome. One of the plot that didn't like the tiny movie called Kingsgrave. Yeah, that's the movie. Wait, go back.
Yeah, the movie and the anime basically. Yeah.
Hang on.
Yeah. I know the fact that the movie was included and the anime.
Put play. Hang on. Stop.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the movie I'm talking about, Kingsgrave.
Yeah, I know that the movie exists. I never bothered to watch it because I was so uninvested with 15. I didn't even bother.
I watched it. I thought it interesting, confusing, but it did kind of sort of make sense.
Well, that it's confusing because Square cannot be bothered to write anything that is cohesive.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure most people have noticed this. Like the terminology for each game changes.
True.
Summons are not always called summons. Certain terms are thrown in, like they mix weird words in. The 13 is the biggest example of terrible writing choices like that. Fallacy, LC, let's see, all that.
Yeah, right.
This is made up terminology by Square. Yep. And the problem is game after game, it changes. Yep. And it's not consistent. And every time they change it, they have to make really weird, a summon is a summon. Okay,
Yeah.
let's just get that out of the way.
10
It does not,
actually would call Aeon. They were calling Aeons in 10.
yeah, but a summon is a summon. Okay, let's just make that abundantly clear. It does not need another name to be called a summon.
Yep.
So the fact that that's kind of part of where the confusion lies is that Square thinks that they need to invent a whole new dictionary of words in order to make their game stand out. They don't. You don't need to do that. I don't want you making made-up words that you don't explain.
Yep.
You didn't have this issue with the previous games, so why are you doing it
with
now?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and 7, and 8, and 9, and 10.
Yeah. Most of their terminologies stay consistent.
Yep.
They change things here and there, yes, but for the most part, at least I can understand what they're talking about. 13 can't be done. 15, same issues. Because they feel the need to be they're trying to be clever. I put that in quotations.
Wait, what about 12?
12's terminology was fine too. They didn't have any issues because they took from a world that already existed in Final Fantasy continuity. They took from the world of Ivalice. Basically, they took from the Final Fantasy Tactics world, and they made 12 part of that continuity, or part of that story.
Wait,
or part of its
about tactics? I didn't know about that. Interesting.
Well, if you play the original Final Fantasy Tactics like I did, the world they call it is Ivalice. When you play 12, they say, "Welcome to the world of Ivalice." It's the same world, same creatures, everything is the
same rebellion, same story, instead of different characters.
Well, it's not the same story. It's a different story in a different kingdom. It is separate from Tactics, but they use the same world for it.
Gotcha.
Okay, so, but terminology-wise, they're the same as they were from Final Fantasy Tactics, Tactics Advanced, and Tactics Advanced 2. It's all the same. So the creature names, everything is the same. Like I said, with this, at least that's a level of consistency. With the modern games, they threw that out the window and they decided we're going to create a new dictionary that will become immediately outdated after every single game that we make. They're being pompous, basically, is what I'm saying. They're being pompous assholes trying to think that they're clever when they're not. So they need to stop doing it. Yep. Make something consistent or don't bother at all. I would much rather you just call magic and, summons and be done with it. Okay? No. I don't want you making up words that make no sense and make the plot confusing and convoluted. Please. Anyway.
Prequel anime called Brotherhood. Stop. Yeah.
What? I've already discussed Brotherhood. I don't want to discuss Brotherhood. Yeah. I've discussed it more than once. Either in comments or other things. Brotherhood is stupid. It should have, in a sense, it should have been discussing. It's basically discussing how everybody became friends, which, okay, would be fine, but I would have rather had that in the game, not in an anime. But anyway.
Besides going to be Uncle Bob 15 and novel that explains the unfinished story. What novel? Wait. Stop. What novel? I'm confused.
There's a novel that finishes the story explaining Arden's history.
I thought that DLC explained Arden's history. I played the DLC Arden and I got history.
But they never finished everything they wanted to do with Arden.
But you defeated Arden 15.
Apparently there was other stuff that they wanted to cover but never did. And that's what the novel is supposed to cover. It's supposed to cover the stuff that they didn't get to talk about.
So is he getting the novel now?
He's reaching for the novel.
Yeah. Track down by 15 book, which had all this concept on stuff in it. What?
Can you at least show the cover?
Yeah, at least do something.
What?
Are you sure at the cover? Something.
Yeah, he just showed us the cover of the book.
What cover? I saw
no,
the
he
cover.
didn't really. He showed a book, but not really the cover to
Yeah.
prove covering Arden.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but apparently the book covers Arden and more of his story for some reason.
Hang on.
Because
I'll jump in the cover myself.
what's going on? Somebody here? Oh, I thought that was on an unread comment. Sorry.
Okay. Find it.
What?
Find it.
Oh, the books. Right.
Yeah. Dawn of the Future.
Yes, because we needed novelizations of 15 in order to understand more of 15. That's a good story to tell while in a video game format. What a brilliant idea, Square. Thank you, Square, for adding this stuff that was not needed. I mean, there are other franchises that do stuff like this. I mean,
I know StarCraft has on books, but StarCraft makes sense. I love StarCraft.
The stories that Ubisoft have actually done, like through the novel and graphic novel format.
Yeah, I mean, there's
stories that do work alongside with the story, and it works in the world.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, like, there's a lot of side stories for the Gundam franchise that are based entirely either on novels or mangas that were made, and they do fit within the universe and within the world. And most of them don't like say, "Oh, hey, by the way, I'm gonna kind of jam myself into another form of continuity just to make myself fit." You know, square peg, round hole type situation. A lot of that does not happen. Probably because Sunrise says, no, we aren't going to let you do that because you're going to mess with continuity more so than we like. So please don't.
The Warcraft franchise is confusing. Wait.
I guess it can be. Any franchise can be complicated and hard to understand if you're not willing to dedicate time to it.
Sure.
15 can be really confusing. But the way that they went about trying to make it, if this was just like, oh, hey, we made one video game, that's amazing. We want you guys all to play it and enjoy it. And now that we're done with the game, here's some extra stuff.
More of the world.
Yeah, and then maybe you can add new stuff in after the fact.
Well,
but that's
I know one channel that would probably enjoy that Final Fantasy content. Final Fantasy Peasant, if you've ever heard of him.
Oh, I'm sure he's read every single book. Good Lord. Him and his theory videos, his ass-kissing of Square. It annoys me to no end. I've never bothered to do a response video to any of his stuff because it's like, well, why the hell would I bother? I mean, it's not like... I mean, making theory videos is just that. Theory videos. It's fine.
It's going to be fun. You know, you feel it could be wrong. Mine be wrong, but though,
well, actually, that kind of stuff also plays into the reasons why I don't like Final Fantasy VII's remake, because I think that the creators intentionally designed it. Which, by the way, in interviews, they actually stated that they wanted to see speculation and they wanted to see what the fans might think or the theory videos they'd craft of what's going to happen next, which just tells me like, oh, so you really are going after the lowest common denominators. So you're going after the... Huh?
Oh, sorry, continue.
What do I mean?
No, that's not right. I was having and continue.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I thought someone said didn't understand what I was talking about. Never mind. Forget I said anything. But yeah, it's one of those things where they intentionally are either misdirecting or misleading us for the sole purpose of trying to continue the hype train for 7's remake. Because let's be completely real and honest, the next game ain't coming for another few years. Probably won't come out for another 4 years.
Or 3 years if we're lucky.
If are we kidding? This is Square. It's gonna take 5.
Only 4.
No,
gonna
it might take 12 years.
It'll be in the next console cycle. It's gonna be in the. I mean, let's be honest. Final Fantasy VII Remakes Part 1 came out for the PlayStation 4, and they're already porting it to the PlayStation 5 because it's the newest console. That tells you that they had no goddamn plan going forward for how these games were going to be released. Or they did this intentionally because, like, hey, you know, we'll get to milk more money out of the fans. Hey, that's a fun thing to do. Thanks, Square. I love you so much for doing that.
Well,
which is why you will not see any money for Part 2 from me. You already ruined the good faith you had with Part 1. Not to mention that for how much money, resources, and generally the length that the game actually is, they could have just remade the original Final Fantasy VII and everybody would have been happy. There would not have been an issue. For all the time, the money, the resources that they have wasted for this remake, they could have just remade the original from the ground up, new graphics, same combat engine, all the fun stuff from the original, and nobody would have complained.
And add some new stuff as well. With their story,
they could have maybe added a few extra things too, like because the original Final Fantasy VII is only about 30 hours long. Yeah, and that's if you don't waste all your time level grinding and
and doing all the side quests.
And you don't do all the side quests. It's about a 30.
One side quest is super important. That's Vincent Valentine.
Yeah, it's about a 30 to 40 hour experience, and that's about how long this first part was, 30 hours.
Yep.
I also love that a lot of from what it sounds like, some of the side quests are mandatory to move forward. So they're not side quests at all. They're actually part of the plot, and you have to play them in order to move forward, because that's a good idea. I love that. I love making fun of that is what I like to do. That's what I like to do. I like making fun of that because it's like, that's not optional content. You're forcing me to play it. You're not giving me a choice. There's a difference between optional side quests and mandatory quests. At least give us, give us a reason to do it. Come on.
Well, at least when you completed the Assassin's Creed video game, or any of the Assassin's Creed video games,
you mean the recent ones?
For example, you could go back and complete unfinished side quests.
Yep.
Even after you finish the game.
Mm-hmm.
Well, honestly, about how I
the story or not.
Do this.
Yeah. I mean, like I've mentioned before, the Trail series has side quest stuff as well. And it is recommended, like, if you play a Trails game, to play the side quests, because it's not important very much to the main plot, but it definitely helps with world building, and it's not just, oh, hey, superfluous random mission, go kill monsters.
Same go out with Persona 5.
Yeah. Some of the, at least, well, probably not with all side quests, especially not even with Persona 5 even. But most of them are, hey, this helps build the world, build character development, helps you learn a bit more about what's going on or the situations.
Put them more after the character and their histories.
Yeah. I mean, what was it? I remembered playing some of the side quests. One of the first side quests that I got to play in Trails of Cold Steel 1 was about changing lamps in a town or out in the wild where there's a street, or out in the wild countryside where there are monsters everywhere, and a couple of the lanterns are broken on the street, which are used to keep the monsters away from the roads, obviously. So the guy basically tells you, hey, could you go and replace these light bulbs? It is optional. You don't have to do it, but if you do decide to do it, you learn a little bit more about the world and what's going on. Like, oh, hey, the monsters stay away from lit roads because, there's something inside the lanterns that, repels them. Oh, that's a fun little tidbit. I did not know. but at least it adds a little bit more to the enjoyment of the experience of me going out of my way to do something extra that isn't part of the main story. And a lot of the quests in those games are like that. It's like, oh, do this side quest. Not only will you get extra stuff, but you might learn a little bit more about the world you're inhabiting, which is a nice bonus. Not superfluous busy work, which is what most of 7 side quests sound like. The remakes are, oh, kill monster to acquire item, give item. So basically it's MMO side quests. It doesn't do anything for you. It's just random shit to do, busy work. Which sometimes busy work is fine, but it's like you need to be careful with that. If most of your game is padding, I'm not going to be having a good time. And from what it sounds like, the remake has a lot of padding because, you know, side quests take up a bulk of the time frame. I think from somebody who I watched videos on discussing it, he said the main story took about 10 hours. Whereas, while the whole game's total in general took 30. Because, you know, side quest stuff. And a lot of it is mandatory and not optional. Anyway. Back to video.
Yep. No, I'm not enjoying with the fact that there's a VR game, which is like a VR fishing game set in Final 15 universe. What? Stop.
Yes. Yes, there's a cell phone version of 15 as well. Yes.
And a VR game.
And a VR game. The VR game is a fishing sim.
Why is that important? That's not important after 15. I mean nothing. I feel like cash grab.
It doesn't matter. It's not important. But they decided it was important enough to make it because Square likes to do stuff like that because they're stupid.
And a cell phone game. Why? Who wants that? And everything you went into me and to make sure and I want to see everything that you have to keep swiping your credit card. I know that way on there we took one position with a bunch of stuff packed in. You know, I just think they're pretty damn perfect and complete. My issue is that it's what turning off the new fan like the higher at the bar.
It's not. Yeah, he's saying that it's turning off the newer fans. No, it's not. Because the newer fans are the ones who are. Because the newer ones are the ones who are buying these games and playing them. This is not stopping them. The newer fan base has dominated most of the discussion of Final Fantasy. It's either Final Fantasy fanboys or new fans who like the newer games.
Yeah, but that's fine. If people like the new game, that's cool. More power to them. Like I'm not gonna stop them.
Well, I mean, the thing is that there are some of the fan base that are, you know, the fanboys in particular, who do not like it when someone like myself or others criticize Square Enix for either their poor business decisions or, you know, making a bad game or a game that I didn't personally enjoy.
I criticize Square Enix as well because the Avengers game, woo boy, that game was gonna be crushed the fuck on a mess, which is sad. That game is so much money.
Yep. And it cost Square money.
Yep.
It costed them money. And every time that happens, it makes me laugh because they're the ones who made the decision to do these things.
I am looking forward to Forspoken, that new IP. That gives me hope. Why? Because the new looks that's awesome. It looks fun.
It looks like another typical generic action-based game. I don't see anything overly interesting or investing in it. It's basically.
I can't wait to play it. It's awesome.
I mean, if you think it'll be fun, that's cool. I'm not invested in it enough to care. I saw it. It looks fine, but I would not buy it at retail. It just looks like every other game, every other AAA game on the market. I'm not interested.
Any Nier franchise?
What?
Nier. Nier.
Oh, Nier. I've never played any of them, actually.
Oh, no, Nier Automata.
Nier Automata and Nier Replicant. Exactly. We made a video Nier. With Nier Replicant, really good.
I've heard good things about those games, but, and, you know, I'm actually genuinely surprised that Nier Automata actually made as much money as it did.
I'm
Surprisingly,
glad it did. We saved Platinum because I'm glad to see Platinum. Platinum, my favorite developer of all time.
yeah, and that's a good thing. I'm actually genuinely happy that that game found a level of success, considering that most of the time when Square relegates some of those lesser known IPs, they normally don't give a rat's ass about them. They just say, okay, make whatever, and then release it and piss off. Because that's what they did with Star Ocean.
So
Last
Star Ocean
game
has not been. Actually, Star Ocean. We haven't seen no Star Ocean in years, or near a decade.
don't. Well, it's not been a decade. Let me just clarify that. Star Ocean 5.
Yes.
There was Star Ocean 5, Integrity and Faithlessness for the PlayStation 4. It sucks for all intents and purposes. It is incredibly short. It all takes place on one planet instead of planet jumping, which is one of the main features of a Star Ocean game because it's sci-fi themed. And
I know Star Ocean PS2 game had a controversial ending. Wait, what? You're telling me it was all video reality game bullshit and game? What the fuck? Wait, rip off. Boo.
Star Ocean: A New Hope does have a very weird ending and whatnot, or weird end game stuff that goes on, or the better part of nearing the end of the game is very weird. But but here's the thing. Me personally, I love Star Ocean 3. It's aside from Star Ocean 2, it's one of my favorites out of all the games. I love the characters. I love the worlds that they visit. And while that meta game within a game stuff was a bit trippy, at least it's fun to talk.
True.
It's confusing. It don't make a whole lot of sense, but at least it's fun. I cannot say the same for Integrity and Faithlessness. Star Ocean 4 is okay. Combat in Star Ocean 4 is fantastic.
Yeah.
Story is also kind of okay, but the characters are where I kind of have issues. I do not like the main character, Edge, very much, or a lot of the characters. They're hit or miss. They're very generic characters. They don't have a lot of depth or originality to them. Here, I can even show you. Oh no. Let me see. I'm trying to highlight.
Try to stop the screen.
There we go. No, that's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
I have Raimi right here.
Aw, she was cute.
She is cute. She's actually probably one of my favorite female characters from the series. She's cute, and she's pretty cool. It's just that the characters were not overly fantastic. They're average at best. At least from what I've played of the game. They do get a bit better over time, but Edge is the main character is an acquired taste. He's kind of prototypical JRPG protagonist number 1277. You know.
Speaking of FF, speak of Bomberman or not Star Ocean, speak of JRPG, mommy. What's been Bomberman Origins? You know that game that playing a prequel to Bomberman 1.
You mean the one I was joking about earlier and made a video mocking?
Yeah, it was Chaos.
Chaos. I'm here to kill Chaos because I have no other form of character development. I don't know why I have to kill Chaos, but I have to kill Chaos because he's Chaos. Chaos. Seriously, did somebody write the script? Who wrote that script? Who made... Okay, better question, actually. Not who wrote the script. Who in the fresh goddamn hell edited that trailer? I want them drawn and quartered. That's what I want. Because they did not help themselves with that.
Yeah, it's funny.
It's too damn meme-worthy. It's sad. It's
meme-worthy. They did make that meme. I think they did. I'm not sure.
Are you kidding me? Everybody was memeing the goddamn hell out of it. And when the game officially releases, they're probably going to meme it to oblivion some more. Not that the game... not even judging the game based on how good or bad it is. It's just that it's incredibly meme-worthy and childish writing. It's like,
Yeah.
I'm here to kill chaos. We're here for chaos. We're here to kill chaos. I'm chaos. It's like, okay, so what you're saying is chaos, and that's it. Okay. Did an edgy emo teenager write this shit? Because I'd like to know. Because it sure as hell wasn't a sophisticated writer.
Yep.
This is Tetsuya Nomura's prototypical darkness. Only he changed the vocabulary to one other word. This is like Kingdom Hearts when you edit all the stuff that happens in Kingdom Hearts, and whenever the characters mention darkness, it's that. Only it was concentrated into about 2 minutes of a trailer. And I'm like, even Kingdom Hearts trailers aren't that focused on darkness.
Yeah, Kingdom Hearts.
What the hell?
Kingdom Hearts, I understand.
At least
I felt confused.
At least they try to do something that, like, oh, this looks somewhat cohesive and understanding, and at least is somewhat entertaining to look at the trailer. But with this, it's like, okay, let's take Tetsuya Nomura's worst qualities and basically interject 100,000 milligrams of that into this trailer and nothing else. It's just his worst writing qualities.
If Nomura work on this game, I think it did Nomura. I didn't decide to work on Origins. I think Nomura work on Origins. Someone work on Origins. I'm not sure.
I'm not gonna buy it. I'm not interested in a dark retelling of Final Fantasy 1. I never played 1, but I have far too much self-respect for Final Fantasy's original legacy to watch Tetsuya Nomura shit on more of it. So,
and I said, like, we don't know who made Origins.
He's not the director, but he is one of the lead writers of the game. So, or he has, or he's an executive producer or something. I don't know. Yeah. He's in every Final Fantasy project. Oh, hey, there's a Final Fantasy X-3 coming. Guess who's the director? Yes. If your first two guesses were not Tetsuya Nomura, you have failed me and you are fired.
Yeah.
Just wait. There will be more games with his name plastered all over it because Square apparently thinks he's the best director in the world.
Anyway, we better get back on topic. It's getting late.
Good point.
Yeah. More people be good to feedback. More people want to put video on there for the easiest, funniest experience. That's not the difficult one. I mean, some people get off work. It's not what they control and tell something on it. It's intended to have fun. When the dramatic stature of some or even things with gigantic grand stories of recent experiences, I feel like over time, it seems that Square Enix has become more centered on the idea of how can we milk the fan base instead of giving.
Wow, he figured it out. He figured out what Square is actually doing. Milking the fan base. It's right there in black and white. Milk the fan base instead of giving them the best possible experience. Wow, Dreamcastguy, you finally figured it out.
Yep.
Bravo, sir. You get a cookie. By the way, it's only a crumb of a cookie because you suck so much at this. Yes, Square has been milking the Final Fantasy brand and its fan base for so goddamn long, they don't care anymore. Ever since the original director left the company, their focus has been, at least for the most part, appeasing themselves and giving themselves what they want. And trying to make more money and nickel and dime the player base.
But that doesn't where all this started.
Yeah. Well, 13 is probably the biggest example of this issue. Definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, when we talked about this earlier before you were here, Tevia, but when the main creator or one of the main creators of 13 falls in love with his character so goddamn much that he practically wants to marry her and does everything he possibly can to basically make her a waifu bait character, you know you fudged up. That's how self-indulgent you are. If you can't even be able to separate yourself from the characters that you write and say, yes, I love my characters, but I don't love them so much that I'm unhealthily obsessed with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a problem. That means that they're high on their own supply. Square is focused on themselves, not on the fans. The only thing they care about the fans doing is keep on buying our games. That's all they care about.
Unlike Konami, who done giving them up, like fuck it, like we want to know we'll do Pajinga machines.
Yep, you're our ATM. Pay up.
I hate Konami so much, but they're some fucking idiots. Like, people love how we love Castlevania. We want the fans to survive, but no, you want a Pachinko machine. Because fuck you, give me money.
Yeah. Now, I will say that's not to diminish that whatever the writers and directors for 15 and 16 are try to accomplish.
With the eye proof.
You know, they're trying to make games, okay? Some of them are just as developers. They're just trying to make a game that they will hope that the fans will enjoy.
Yeah.
The problem is that some of them just... It's the direction and the leadership at Square that is probably the biggest hurdle they have to get over.
It's very corporate. It's very the people at the top, not the developer. I don't blame them, but they're trying their best. And I support developers 100%. Corporate, I don't support at all.
Yeah. Well, while I have issues with corporate, I also think that their management of their staff has caused the issues that Square is dealing with now. The fact that the main director from the older Final Fantasy games left pretty much during the PS2 console generation. And
what the hell? What happened?
He moved on, probably because he wasn't in favor of the merger, probably.
If Squaresoft first, but then they got merged with NX, which is a different company.
Enix and Square merged together, and they all now share all their properties amongst themselves. They're now one big company. And while that would be fine if there was a soul attached to that company, there isn't. The creators that are there still do not seem to be, at least most of them, at least some of them.
Not all of them.
They are, not all of them, but some of them seem to be just more interested in indulging themselves more so than the fans. And the company, or the corporate side of it, just wants more money. Those two elements together cause this issue. Along with long development cycles, taking too goddamn long, piss poor writing that drags this franchise down further and further from the original visions and the original intentions that the games were founded on. Square is not... Their desperation does not show anymore. They're not hungry anymore. They, as far as I am concerned...
complacent.
They're complacent. They're complacent now. They're happy to just milk us for whatever money they can get out of us, and that's it. If they genuinely had love or care, it rarely shows. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. It depends on what they're doing.
It's 50-50.
I would a generous estimate for me is 80-20, but that's me. It's not a coin flip here for me. It's more or less I'm sick of their shit. And it kind of shows because, well, I was working on a video a while back before I took my break that had to do with the pixel remasters that Square announced.
We could join my my Square Enix conference E3 video. I did saw that. I said, "Wait, I'm confused. Wait, what the pixel remaster? What are we on Steam and mobile? I got pissed in the mobile. So fuck it, we get mobile. No one can get mobile. Stop waiting to get mobile. That's a bad idea."
Giving it to mobile is not my issue, but if you go to the Steam page and you look at how much these pixel remasters cost, That's where you take the biggest issue. I take the biggest issue.
How much did it cost? Can you show us?
Possibly. Hold on. Store. Final Fantasy. Hold on. Oh, here it is. This is the bundle.
Okay.
Hold on a second. Let me. Can anybody see this? I'm guessing not. No, they can't. Hold on.
The screen.
Hold on. Oh, okay. Share screen. Share entire screen. There we go. Now everybody can see everything. There we go. Now everybody can see my desktop and everything. Congratulations.
Yes.
But here we go. This.
Can you maximize it?
I don't know how to do that.
Wait. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. There we go.
Yeah, that's better.
Here we go. Final Fantasies 1 through 6
Bundle.
as a bundle. And when you look at the price,
$75. Fuck, I'm not spending that much money. I'm not rich.
for a slightly updated remastering of the originals.
For 1 through 6.
1 through 6. 1 through 6 of the originals. Which would be a good thing if this price was lower. Because if you go to the games individually, let's go to the games individually. Final Fantasy IV, nearly $15. Final Fantasy, $12. Final Fantasy II, $12. Final Fantasy III,
$18.
$18 for some reason. 6 and 5 haven't come out yet.
To $29.
But yeah, think about that. Every single one of them is over $10. Now I get it. They're trying to they did obviously company did work and tried to update and improve the games.
Yeah.
Visually and whatnot, which is fine. And yes, you could ask for money, Square. That's fine. Ask for money. But this, no. For one, the games should be just in a bundle to begin with.
Yeah.
Because they're all small enough, there's no need to pay for individuals.
It's
You
very
just buy all
$75.
six.
Fuck that.
Yeah, buy all 6. And yeah, this price point is too high. This should be like a $30 purchase, maybe at
$30
best.
would make a lot more sense. There's no one gonna spend $75 but that's insane.
Yeah, but okay, so this bundle does come with extras, but what are the extras?
Wallpapers and
soundtracks. That's it. It's wallpapers and soundtracks.
That's a stupid actually button. That's a ripoff. What the hell?
That's not worth this price point.
It's not.
No matter how good these games are, that's not worth it.
Until this is wallpaper. If I get wallpaper, I can buy a poster.
Yeah, you could get wallpapers off the internet of Final Fantasy. That's not good enough.
And mixed.
Overall user reviews mixed. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me look at let's see, Final Fantasy 1.
Very positive.
Very positive? Huh.
Yep.
But apparently the extras are mixed. The fans' feelings towards the extras are a mixed bag. So there's that.
No, it's
fun.
Positive.
Let's stop this here. Okay. Let's see. But yeah, there's. Oh, controversial opinions. I love controversial opinions, don't you guys? Do you guys like controversial opinions? I like controversial opinions. Let's see what he has to say.
Sure.
Let's see.
Okay. So-
we can't see, unfortunately.
Oh, I'm sorry. Right. No, you should be able to see it. I can see it just fine.
We can't because you need to screen share.
Oh, I turned off my screen share. I'm dumb. Sorry.
That's okay.
Okay, so right now what he's doing is he is talking about Final Fantasy VII's remake. Let me
Okay.
go back and I will rewind a bit. I went too far back.
The best part right now. Alright. Stop there. Sometimes from what the dramatic side of a sound or even thing with the gigantic grand story of every single way experiences. I feel like over time. Right.
Yeah, we're back to where we left off.
Yeah. There's a recovery here. I know a bit of the angry discord about the Final Fantasy remake. Part of it comes down to the fact that it seems like we're not going to see this game complete for a very, very long time.
Yeah, that's what kind of where I was.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, so basically that was kind of where I was at. That was what you guys missed. But, so, Final Fantasy VII's remake is annoying to me. I don't like it. I hate it even though I spent money on it, but I never installed the game. I only ever played the demo. That, while yes, the games are going to take a long time to develop and come out, that is part of the issue. But like I said throughout this entire stream, he never addresses the actual issue of the fact that they changed the story. That they intentionally decided to tweak and change the story so that it's not a remake and it's not a sequel.
The story.
It's not a sequel either. The terminology that the fanboys gave it was a requel. Whatever that fresh hell that is.
I don't know what requel is. Meaning it's a reboot.
It's a mixture. It's basically a mixture of remake and sequel. That's their excuse. But that's not what this game was advertised as. That's not what the game was promised.
The game was promised a remake of FF7.
Of the original, yes.
Yeah.
But that's not what we're getting. And that's where a lot of the contention with Final Fantasy VII's remake is. I don't care who you are or what you have to say, but that's the truth. There's a lot of fans who got upset with what you did with the remake. You had the perfect opportunity to make the game that everybody's been dying for, and you chose not to. Because you wanted to do your own thing. You wanted to make your own game. Which, as, developer, I get it. You want to be creative, but if the fans requested a remake, it should have been a remake from the very beginning. You shouldn't have decided, oh, hey, we're going to make a bunch of new things that you're probably going to end up hating. Deal with it.
We already got ballsy from a career standpoint, which I'll give them credit. They went ballsy with it. For better or for worse.
I'm sorry, what?
Going back, that's kind of ballsy when you think about it, when you think about it that way. Like, you said, fuck it, we'll go do some lists and we'll do some change some ballsy stuff. Let's do it.
Yeah.
So, for better or for worse, if we did something different, we went after going crazy.
Yeah. The reason why it's really they chose to do that whole boss fight with this embodiment of fate and the fight with Sephiroth because they wanted to give the game a good climax. Which I understand. You should have tried something else. Maybe a fight with that new character Roche would have been a better idea. It didn't have to be that insane and crazy, considering that the long-term fanboys are going to probably just continue playing the games anyway. Yep. You didn't need to spoil Sephiroth, which is one of the biggest blunders, in my personal opinion, I feel about the remake too. While everybody knows who Sephiroth is. Even casual people who've never played the original 7 know who he is. I don't like the fact that he's not a mystery in the remake. He is out there front and center. We see him everywhere. He's teased everywhere, kind of ruining the mystique and the fun of his character from the very beginning. I don't like that. Because
reunion with those guys, you say reunion. Like, okay, where did you when you meet the test subject guy with a number on him?
Oh
and
yeah,
reunion.
What I'm referring to is like there's that early scene. I think it's like after one of the reactor jobs or something.
After the Mako reactor explosion, thanks to Shenra. Yeah.
I don't remember the details of where it is, but there's a scene where Cloud has a headache basically. He starts seeing things, and he's seeing
Sephiroth.
He sees Sephiroth, and he's looking at him, and Sephiroth basically says, "Hi, Cloud, how you doing?" And what does Cloud say? Cloud has a line of dialogue in it. You're dead. Which, by the way, Cloud shouldn't know at this point. If we're going off of his original story, he doesn't know that he killed Sephiroth. He never knew that until much later. He didn't know he killed Sephiroth. He just thought Sephiroth disappeared. No one ever said that he died. They just never knew where he went. They didn't know that he died, which he did. Cloud killed him. But in the remake, he says, "I killed you." How does he know that? He's supposed to have Zack's memories, remember? He's not supposed to have his own. His memories are jumbled up with Zack's, which means that he has inconsistent memory. He has imprinted Zack's history and memories due to the trauma he suffered from the experimentation with the Mako and everything that happened.
After Zack's death, that part messed him up anymore.
Yeah, the Mako reactor, the destruction of his hometown, all of that, Tifa being injured, all of that caused him to have a mental breakdown. Yep. But if he knows that he kills Sephiroth, does that mean he doesn't have that trauma anymore?
He still had that trauma.
No, he can't have that trauma anymore. We can't have that same story and trauma if he knows he killed Sephiroth. The trauma of killing the hometown? Sure. Injuring Tifa? Probably. But he can't imprint on Zack. He can't be Zack. Zack's character and Zack's personality, which is what he was for the better half of the original game. He is Zack. Or parts of Zack's personality are there. Not his own. Because Cloud is... The whole tough guy routine that Cloud has of, I don't care, I just want my money, or I'm a mercenary shtick. That's not actually Cloud's personality. That's Zack's personality, not his own. Whereas Cloud's personality actually is, he's actually a very kind, very more soft-spoken individual. He's actually... Yeah, he's screwed up, yes, but he's also...
No, I meant sweetheart personality.
Yeah, and he's also more of an adventurous and more upbeat individual. Yeah. He's not dark and brooding like Zack was. Which also, if you think about all of the other parts of continuity that we've seen with Zack, kind of ruins that whole mystique that Zack's, just a tough soldier bad boy, where he doesn't really have
it's better with the finer motives.
There's a little bit more to him than that, but that tough guy act, which is something that Zack has because he probably earned that because he is a super soldier.
Yeah,
Cloud isn't. Cloud isn't a soldier. He was a grunt.
Yep. When you guys try to deep dive look at the Mako at this Honda City, Henry is trying to in the shade. We make read it. And could be stand by that. It's a top notch experience. He's not wrong by that. That boy Drew. His new PhD playing at UV exploring Mako well. That's on the repeat thinking how long are they going to take to do the final N7 remake. Okay, remake part 1. Tiny Silver, the bigger universe. Mm-hmm. 2 or 3 years return from a single remake with almost one timeline. This has been pretty generous. It took a very, very long time.
Ah,
Stupid commercial.
darn ads and commercials.
Wait, TV? Oh, wait, what time is it? Usually turn TV. 2 years for each of the games, that means probably about a decade, a full 10
Yeah.
years. 10
This
years? I'm not waiting 10 years. Fuck that. I'm an old man. I'll be 40.
I'll be probably near 50. I'll be near 50 years old. By the time this game is finished, it's gonna be that I'm gonna be that old.
Yeah, and I'll be 40 by then because I was born in 1991. And I'm 30 right now.
Yeah.
God, I'm old. I hate getting old.
Well, not only, but like I said, for the time and resources they've wasted on this thing, they could have just made the original.
Yeah.
They could have remade the original, and with these graphics, heck, you could even probably use this combat system if you wanted.
Yeah, keep the content, keep the graphics, keep everything at the intact.
But just tell us the whole story of Final Fantasy VII from point A to point B and end it. That's it. That's all you had to do. That's all that the fans ever requested and asked for. For well over a decade, that's all they wanted. Ever since that PS3 demo that you guys showed,
the tech demo.
That tech demo, that's all they wanted. That's it. We didn't ask for an expanded canon or for you to tweak and modify the story to change it into something else. We did not ask for that. We wanted, because the entire point of this remake should have been to future-proof Final Fantasy VII. And by that, obviously, I mean that to make sure that Final Fantasy VII's old, outdated design, art style, and whatnot, which is, we can ignore that and have a game that is like that is similar enough to the original that
But does some new stuff as well, but keep the original story intact.
Yeah, you can add new stuff. That's totally fine. You could add things, improve parts of the story if you want, tweak things here and there, but give us the whole game, the whole experience. And if they would have done that, they wouldn't have any need to do much else. But that's not what they did. They decided they're going to do it in parts. They're going to drag this out as long as they can, pad it out with as much nonsense as they can, and make us pay way more money than we need to. Because I guarantee you aren't going to get part 2 for free. You're going to be paying $60.
Pay more.
Not to mention any other DLCs they decide to add in the future with Yuffie or any of the other characters. Any DLC? Anything else?
Vincent?
With Vincent, any of them. Square is going to nickel and dime you. I keep on saying this. Stop supporting this practice. If you want to buy Final Fantasy 16, cool. Go right ahead. I have no issue with that. It's going to be, hopefully, its own full experience. Yep. I hope and pray. But when it comes to 7's remake, stop it. Do not support this. This is just bad practice all around. This is them taking advantage of everyone's nostalgia for 7. And I genuinely hate it.
Mm-hmm. 10 is everything from a young remake series. With me, that's still assuming it's going to be 3 games. There'll be 5 games, maybe it's going to be a prequel and sequel that do judge separate the kind of cool all over again. Back at the thing with the you can prequel and my find that cool as that is to me. As a mega fan, I feel like this is, again, such a high bar of entry. What? I'm going to Kaido fans. Bullshit.
I don't think it's a high bar for them.
Yeah, that's BS over.
But to me, the bar of entry for Final Fantasy, especially for 7, is most of these fans are not going to play the original Final Fantasy 7.
Because the original is outdated.
Yeah, because it's outdated. like I said, Square needed to future-proof the game, but they didn't do that. They decided to take a different direction.
Which on one hand isn't a bad idea in theory. That can work.
If they wanted to make a sequel for 7, where they did this whole time loop nonsense, that would have been a different story entirely. It's like, oh, hey, by the way, yes, this is going to take beats from the original, but this is a sequel, not a remake. This is Final Fantasy VII.
Going to do Advent Children, but not so good to do the overall, that would make sense.
Screw Advent Children. Advent Children sucked. The only part that was good about it is seeing the visuals and seeing the characters interact again. That's the only part of it that I liked. The story makes no goddamn sense at all.
Mm-hmm. High quality charts that image even job playing the weird stuff. Like some people got 12.2. What? What 12.2? Stop. What 12? I'm confused. What's he talking about? What 12.2?
He's Final Fantasy 12.2 was a sequel to Final Fantasy 12.
I get that, but when we did a 12.2? Because I don't remember 12 on the console, and that's it. I want to get the 3DS game.
It's a 3DS game. I don't remember what it was for. They're just spin-off games and whatnot that probably did not do very well, or that people have forgotten.
I think we forgot what is sequel to 12.
But the thing is he's saying that every single one of these games has a purpose. Not really. Some of them are just...
Some spin-offs don't have purposes.
It's okay for a game to just be a Final Fantasy game that... Yeah. Random...
a
Final Fantasy spin-off game. Yeah.
Crystal Chronicles was a spin-off game. I know that.
Yeah, if it's a spin-off game, it's a spin-off game. They don't really have a purpose in the grand scheme of the overarching stories of any of the Final Fantasy games. They're just there. They're present. Some of them are good, and that's it.
Some are bad.
Some are really bad. It depends on which ones you're playing.
Yeah. Crystal Chronicles on the Wii had potential, but they bossed that one.
Yeah.
Which is sad, because still have to be very interesting.
Yeah.
You can't mind every game it felt to be a great experience.
Yeah, debatable.
Yeah. This man do a lot.
Like I said, debatable. If they're very, very good or not. That's debatable. Because it depends on your tastes. And depends on how much of modern Square Enix you can stomach. Which for me is not much nowadays. I mean, I've gotten to the point where I don't even like... I mean, I used to love Kingdom Hearts. But now I don't. I genuinely don't even care about it enough to play the games anymore. Because Nomura basically keeps writing himself into a corner. He can't create a consistent plot to do anything right.
I know the Xeno Saga ended. Xeno Saga over, and we got a new saga with the Foretells.
Yeah.
Who I thought they were all dead.
Yeah.
I guess not. They're all still alive again. But wait, they died in the Keyblade War. I'm confused. Oh, that's 12. I think that's 12. Could be wrong with that. Why don't we develop people saying that probably are dead or going way too far?
Not very many people are saying that, so I'd like to know show your source.
With the evidence.
Yeah. If there's a large vocal majority of fans that are saying that the franchise is dead, you need to show evidence of that. You can't just claim that. I want to at least see an article or something that claims the franchise is dying.
Or show me Twitter is not a source. I hate Twitter. Twitter is not just cesspool garbage. You do find some criticism out there of something I think in Twitter.
Yeah.
Even though that's a cesspool of nonsense, there's some good point in Nintendo tweets.
Yeah.
For better or worse. Not what it used to be, but change not that we want to be a family. Family origins. But origins had nothing to do with the main game. That's its own separate thing.
We don't know that.
Good point.
For sure. It could very well just be its own. It could be basically a retelling of the original Final Fantasy. It has the same villain.
To that game.
It has the same villain.
Who, Chaos?
Well, yes, but I'm talking about the knight. I forgot his name.
Yeah, him. Because he got imbued with Chaos somehow.
Yeah. It has him. So it could be a retelling of the original, just with a new skin. I don't know what it is. Nobody freaking does.
True.
And while Dreamcastguy is totally happy to kiss Square Enix's ass, I am not. I am not. I'm too critical and cynical to give them that much benefit of the doubt. I can't anymore.
Mm-hmm. I couldn't found when it like again the ball, I still feel like the quality has gone downhill. Gone down average.
So if you are in agreement with people like myself and other fans who say that the quality of the games has gone down on average, then why are you saying that this is not a problem? Isn't that a little bit weird? You're saying like, oh, there's not a problem. There's no fire here. But you're saying that the game's qualities have dipped over the years.
That's way hypocritical.
Yes, it's very hypocritical. And it's like, you can't say that the quality is going down, but yet the franchise is still going strong and completely fine, and there aren't any issues. If older fans like myself and others are disenfranchised or frustrated with the direction Square has taken and have decided to move on to other game franchises.
Or boycott, basically.
Well, I wouldn't say boycott. I haven't boycotted Square or anything. I've just moved on.
Maybe I have to go a bit extreme. My bad.
Yeah, I would say I've outgrown it. I've outgrown Final Fantasy and Kingdom Hearts to the point where it's like I'm looking for game experiences that are significantly better than that. When I talk about the Trails series, and particularly the two that I've completed, Trails of Cold Steel 1 and 2, those games have had me more dedicated to a JRPG than any other JRPG that I have played in recent years.
Same goes for me with the Persona 5, with Persona 5. That game got me into Persona 5. Granted, I am not beat Persona 4 yet, because again, I'm in other games. But Persona 5 was my entry into Persona 5. I love Persona 5. That game is perfection.
Yeah, because there's a good way to prove this point, because Trails of Cold Steel 1, it took me about 80 hours to complete the whole game.
Yeah.
Or all the game that I could finish. And Trails of Cold Steel 2 took me 120 hours to finish. That is a large amount of dedication to play through a game. And not even 100% it. That was just through one playthrough run of the game.
That's so happened too. At least for me. 3, I got pissed off at the ending, but fucking stupid. What the fuck? You too, man. With all my time on the bill, usually I get a book. That didn't make no fucking sense. It's still minutes to this day.
Yeah. So if there's, if the quality of Final Fantasy games has dipped, and the fans are starting to air their grievances with the company and having arguments with other fans over the quality of these games, then there is a problem. Maybe it's not a massively huge problem that can be solved, or is that big of an issue. It's just, different tastes colliding and people just moving on to other things. If that's the case, that's fine. But Square has shown in its history that they have suffered financially from their blunders. They have made decisions in the past that do not benefit consumers or long-term fans. So there are issues that Square should address, but haven't, and continue to not. They will continue to not address those issues
until it hits the bottom line.
Until it really affects their bottom line, yeah. Until it starts to actually hurt them for sales and money, which, considering the dedicated enough fanboys out there, that's probably not going to happen. But, or they'll just keep on suffering in ignorance. That could also happen.
Or their ego basically will affect them the most.
Yeah. You're saying they're going down on average, but
you just go 10 out of 10 bangers. What does that mean? That's the best Final Fantasy 9, Final Fantasy 10. These are some of the best RPG ever created. And that's going to top in some of the incredible plot twists of creative time and finishing off the side quest. And there you go. I don't. This was going to be good. Stop bullshit. Look, I love 9, I love 10. I know they're getting great. I know they're a great story and great plot twist. But some new game did surpass this.
The thing they're saying that you cannot rival your past experiences or your past games. So basically, you want Square Enix and the Final Fantasy team in general to continue to be complacent. Here's the thing.
That's not good. That's a bad thing.
It is a bad thing. No. What I was going to point out, once again, I'm going to point to Falcom and their East and Trail series. They have constantly grown every single time they make a new game. The Trails series is the equivalent of how many games right now? Let's see.
12, I think.
There's a lot of them.
Yeah.
Three chapters for Trails in the Sky, 2 for Crossbell, 4 for Trails of Cold Steel, an extra game that is coming out soon, and the newest game just released as well. 11 games.
Which I do want to get that game eventually.
There's 11 games so far in the series. And as these games have grown and as the company has expanded, the story of the Trails games has only gotten better over time. They are constantly telling a story that is interconnected, where everything that happens or the events of one game affects the events in the next series of games with the new characters. All of it is connected in a beautiful story. I've mentioned it before. It's like Lord of the Rings level of combining storytelling and world building.
Yep.
They put in so much time and effort. We're talking that it takes them so long to write out just the script for dialogue in the games that
like the English dub.
I'm not talking about dubbing everything because they don't do that. Yeah. And they don't, and even with the Japanese version, they don't do that because there's too much dialogue. It would cost too much. But the dialogue and everything, just like from NPC dialogue to everything, it's it's at least thousands upon thousands of lines of dialogue, more dialogue that is in most JRPGs nowadays. Yeah. And that's in every single one of the games. That's not just in a few of them, it's in all of them. There's that much development and time dedicated to it. So, and only making the games better, improving the mechanics, making new additions to the mechanics, and definitely getting people invested in new characters every subsequent story arc. Because it's kind of like an anime that's going through a story arc. Sky is its own arc. It has 3 games that are connected. And then you go into Crossbell. That's 2 games. They have their own story arc with their own characters in a whole new setting in the same continent. And it all goes together, all culminating into events that lead into the next games.
Sango with a Plague Tale Innocent. We all get a secret, I think, Bonnie.
Yeah.
With the sequel, that thing to do the new story arc. Same characters, obviously, but it's a sequel. So I picked it with that.
Yeah. And that's the fun thing I've enjoyed about Trails is them seeing new characters, bringing in different perspectives of the story that's unfolding, and then having all those characters interact eventually in culminating in certain events.
Yeah.
So like, oh hey, this villain was actually present in the earlier games, but now they're here in the new games. And you're seeing more members of their party, learning more about them, their goals, their objectives. Long-standing plots and plans coming to fruition and stuff, which is just overall really good world building.
Yep.
That's an understatement.
Wait a sec. The good stuff pipe, I just want to say as bad as some of the wood probably up bad. But we're optimistic. Step up already 16. Whatever the heck that can turn into suicide for the next expansion of already 14. Endwalker. What's Endwalker?
It's the next part to the Final Fantasy 14 MMO.
Yeah.
It's the next expansion.
Yeah, no one. Could be like a future bomb any good, bad, ugly. Just for to be on for the ride.
If you're excited to be along for the ride, that's fine. You can be along for whatever rides you want. It's all good if you're just having fun. But I also think it's way too complacent. I would not be happy if, the Trail series decided, like, you know what? All this stuff we've been working on for years and years and years, let's just ditch all that and just make a whole new game entirely devoid of anything that we've just made. And basically leaving everybody out to dry. That would not be good. That would be bad. I just think that the fans who are upset with Square definitely should
avoid their grievance.
Yeah, they have the right to air their grievance. That's why I've aired mine over the course of years. And that's also why I've moved on to other game franchises. It's like, I may not be invested in Final Fantasy, but there are other games out there that I can get invested in.
And that I can franchise. I'm going to go to Ragnarok, but I've been there for years. What time? I'm jumping in.
Hello.
I'm here.
I know, okay. You've been quiet for quite some time and letting me ramble for far too long. I know,
I've been listening a lot to what's being said.
It's fine. I'm going to probably end the stream soon anyway because I think we've covered everything from his video I wanted to cover.
It's almost midnight.
Yeah. Well, for me, it's almost 9. So, but thanks for everybody for being along for the ride. That was fun.
Yep.
Technical issues aside and whatnot, but yeah, I just thought it would be an interesting topic to discuss. Maybe we'll discuss a different topic later or at another date. Do you have any final thoughts, Tilium? Since I
think the grievances in regards to Square Enix are very valid. They do share some very consistent things that you bring up about Square Enix.
Mm-hmm.
Such as, issue 1, issue 2, issue 3.
It's like a comic book series.
Square Enix has gotten the Bendis cut of story.
Yeah.
And they get the rare ones that might do well with the purchasers or the buyers of the game, but then you've got the ones that don't sell very well, and it's sort of like, I thought that this was meant to be a Final Fantasy game. Outlook on it.
Yeah,
I mean, find out it's not.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, as someone who's been a long-term fan and is just kind of sick of them, I mean, I still keep an eye on them, not for too many other reasons other than like, okay, let's hope and pray that I get maybe a better Star Ocean game, or maybe a re-release of some of the Star Ocean games,
or something.
You just want them to do something to which they'll finally prove you wrong.
That would be fantastic, but that won't happen.
Deliver what could be something gold class on your channel.
Yep, something that
like,
would be worth my time.
Like, if the game is 100% gold class, according to you, like when they do happen to bring it out, even though you're not picking it up right now, but if they do happen to bring out that one game that says, okay, I played through this over a friend's place, so I decided to buy a copy there. I played through the whole thing. This thing was gold class. I recommend it. Yeah, I still got my grievances about the previous games in relation to the Final Fantasy franchise, but give this one a go. If you don't like it, no hate against you. Whatever.
Yeah, I mean they managed to pull me in with Dragon Quest 11, so there's that.
Yeah.
11 is really good. I can recommend that game. I haven't even finished it, but from the time I spent on it, it's a really solid and fun game to play. I actually enjoy the story. I actually enjoy the characters. I don't want to, punt them over my fence or anything and say that was trash.
Connected to Akira Toriyama?
Yes. Those are the ones that have the character designs from Toriyama. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Dragon Quest is from Toriyama. We forgot about that.
Yeah.
Rough guess. I wouldn't be surprised if he actually has input in those games.
Well, he at least has input in character design. He's not the director or anything, but he does have he is responsible for character design and monster creature design.
But Dragon Quest 2, the character who had the gold hair, he came out of a Super Saiyan for DVD.
Yeah. What was it?
What if that's something like the missing element that? What if that's sort of like something like the missing element in some of the Final Fantasies games?
Well, that is one. You know how everybody talks about video games being consistent game over game, and because some players like to be consistent, at least to a point.
Yeah.
That's what Dragon Quest has always been. They have never deviated or changed the way the games play all that much. It's still turn-based. It's still all the same spells and wording that they've always used. The characters all speak the same as they've always spoken, even in the older games where they're kind of speaking a bit of ye old English of questionable authenticity. Where it's like, yeah, you dying gooba thing, whatever. The characters talk like that in the games, and it's been consistent throughout every single game. That's pretty much how the characters talk. They talk like they're a bunch of old Englishmen from a bygone era, which is goddamn charming. I love that part. They have that. The combat is consistent. Creature design is consistent. They haven't changed the creature designs in, well, probably over 30, 40 years at this point. Because
I think one thing that maybe Final Fantasy could do, like, given how many games that they've got,
16 now. They're going 16.
Yeah, well, 16's not out.
That they could maybe develop a form of timeline, but in this timeline, they may be connected to maybe different sectors of the Final Fantasy universe.
I don't think that would help.
That's not a good idea because if you do that, we won't be it. Well, actually, if they're wanting,
if they're wanting to play on the idea of, say, maybe time, space, I think that's sort of where they might be trying to push for.
They could be doing that.
Their delivery of it has come across wrong. Yeah. If you understand what I'm trying to bring across.
The delivery, the execution
into the story, but when they deliver it in the story, it's not very clear to say maybe the person who's playing through the story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is that each of the games are supposed to be self-contained.
That was a separate universe, a separate story, not connected to one big universe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That form of the lack of that type of connectivity makes it so that if you buy a Final Fantasy game, you don't need to worry about the number on the box.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't matter. The box is just like, this is the number of games we've made in the series, but you don't need to play 7 to play 8. You don't need to play 9 to play 10. Yeah, you don't need to do that. You can play whichever game you want in whatever order you want.
The only time that the character all connected was in the Cydia franchise, and that's it.
Yeah, that's just a random crossover game. That's not in continuity.
I found it be fun. The new Cydia game was so disappointing because where's my story? But no, there was no story. Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
One thing else you also brought up too, even for this live stream, is that that they have a problem with the terms.
Yes.
Now, if they sort of like fix that up to which it could, like, stay in its own separate universe, like in its own separate planet, like keeping it on their own separate planets, but with these own separate planets with those particular terms in which they use to address said subject.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that might work, but even though the games are already out, it does already make it inconsistent to the player.
Yeah.
So if they could maybe do something like in-game to which they could let the player know that, okay, this game is separate from other Final Fantasy games because it's in this one's said universe.
Yeah,
but easier to understand.
It would be nice, but the truth of the matter is that they won't do that because I don't know why they like to do it, but it's kind of similar to a lot of modern Japanese stuff where they love to come up with weird names and titles and ideas. Some of them work and some of them don't. Squares tend to kind of fall flat most of the time for me because if you can't be consistent with your terminology of how the universe works and what these things are, then why are you even trying? Especially since in more recent years, it's only gotten more convoluted and harder to understand. Back when I was first playing Final Fantasy games, like for Final Fantasy VIII, you had the junction system for magic or the guardian forces for the summons. But I still understood what those things were intended to be. They weren't overly complicated, and the words at least kind of worked. Final Fantasy VII had the materia system for all of its stuff. And in universe canon, they explained it well enough to explain what the hell a materia is and why is it called that. But in a lot of the newer games, they don't bother to explain it. They just make up new words. Kind of like how they title some of their games, like Kingdom Hearts 558 Days Over 2 or something like that. Yes, nonsense like that. It's like they just like weird titling or weird words because, I don't know, they think they're being clever when they're not. I don't know. I would much prefer a more consistent form of terminology. It would definitely make things easier. But obviously, when they bring in new directors or new writers or they're writing a new story, it's like, oh, we can't just rest on the same nonsense we've always done. We got to do something different. So I guess they feel the need to do that. Whether or not it's a good idea or a bad idea is, well, not up to us. It's up to them. It's amazing how the same dev can keep Dragon Quest consistent and fans happy while alienating Final Fantasy fans, changing everything every time. Well, that's because Dragon Quest is not made by the same dev team. The dev team that works on Dragon Quest are completely separate from Final Fantasy. Yep. They're their own group of devs, and they don't adhere to Square Enix's bullshit mandates all the time.
I'm so
They
sad
do
Deus Ex man got killed. I love Deus Ex, but that's been dead and buried. Broke my heart.
Yeah, because it's a thing for Square. Because if you notice in the West, Square does not promote Dragon Quest all that much.
No, not Dragon. I'm talking about Deus Ex.
Yeah, I know you're talking about Deus Ex, but I'm talking about Dragon Quest because I'm responding to David's comment.
Sorry.
But if you guys notice, how much advertising and focus does Square put on Dragon Quest?
Zero.
Barely any, is what I'm saying. While it has a dedicated fan following here, it does not get nearly as much attention, though it should, considering it's just as good as the Final Fantasy franchise. And
Microsoft Ultimate Game Plus puts more perspective on the game than they do.
Yeah, probably.
I know because I've actually tried playing one of them, and yeah, it's an interesting story. I just need to find that little bit of time to just center on the whole game.
Yeah.
Same. Anyway, I gotta go. It's a minute over here. I need to go to bed.
Each FF game is. It is true that each. Yeah, you can leave, Tevia. I'll respond to these last few comments, and then I'm closing out the stream. So have a good night.
Right. See you, man. They're gonna be going. Yeah. See you, Diane. Good night.
See ya.
Yeah, it's true that each FF game is self-contained, but that they had common themes and mechanics, etc. Yeah, because like the first 4 games, probably first 6 games, the summons were called summons. The magic system was called magic, and that was the end of the conversation. There was nothing else. It was simple and to the point. Sometimes simpler is best, Square. Maybe learn from that. They're under the same They're under the same publisher. They're not the same dev team. Trust me on this. They're not. They're a completely They're a sub team in Square's group. They are. Hold on. Let me look this up. Let me see. Dragon Quest's dev team. What is its name? I'm trying to find their name because I thought that their name was something specific, but I can't remember what it was. Chunsoft is what they call the developer, or at least that's what's coming up here. I thought it was somebody else. Company specializing in role-playing games. They created games such as the first 5 Dragon Quest. That's the first team. I'm talking about the modern one. Or the current one. Yeah, I can't remember what the current team's name is. I know it's not under the same group that works on Final Fantasy. I just can't remember the name of the team. Wait, hold on. I may have a way of finding out. Hold on. It's gonna bug me if I don't do this. Eh. Here we go. Maybe not. I don't know. I can't remember. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, David. I'm just trying to remember things. My apologies. But it's okay. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, it's same publisher but different team that works on different games. And they have a lot of those over at Square. So anyway, sorry about that. It's getting late and I need to end the broadcast. Because my throat is thrashed. I'll need tea after this. But anyway, I hope everybody had fun. I enjoyed it. This was fun. I hope everybody had a good
Thanks for the
time.
invitation to the stream as well. So,
What?
thanks for the invitation to the stream as well.
You're welcome.
Through your DM.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not a problem. But anyway, everybody have a good night.
Yep.